see. Got that. Welcome in, guys. Welcome on in, guys. Yeah, Frenchy Bunch, I heard it. I haven't gotten many details yet. Who doesn't love this jam, Blueheart? This is a jam. A straight up fucking jam, top to bottom. Kristen knows. Jam. Also, this is an all-time great music video with the split screen between the '90s and the '60s. All-time great music video for those of you who remember this one. Welcome in, guys. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get this thing rocking and rolling. Thank you for understanding. I told you guys last night it was probably going to be a little bit late, so a little bit late. That's all right though. We're gonna have some fun tonight. Hmm. Judge. Thank you guys for knocking that out. Don't forget to send in your heart me's like our friend Tammy just did. Thank you, Tammy. Send those in. If you voted for Donald Trump, we would like you to hop in the box. We'd like to have a conversation with you. Welcome in. Welcome in. To those of you asking, yes, I heard about. Yes, I heard about the incident today. I hadn't gotten a ton of details on it. Um, Reading a little bit more about it now. DHS said that they stopped. This is what DHS says, that they stopped a person from Venezuela who was in the U.S. illegally. The person drove away and crashed into a parked car before taking off on foot. After officers reached the person, two other people arrived from a nearby apartment, and all three started attacking the officer. according to DHS. Fearing for his life and safety as he was being ambushed by the three individuals, the officer fired a defensive shot to defend his life. The two people who came out of the apartment are in custody. I mean, FAFO, right?
Yeah, gotta say, of all the professions in this country that deserve sympathy, ICE agents are not one of them. I don't feel sorry for you.
If you're going to act this way and have disregard for people's rights and for U.S. citizens, well, then, I mean, what are we expecting here, folks? I don't like what. I don't know. Like what do you expect is going to happen? I feel like if you're going to be part of the crowd, if you're going to be part of the crowd that says it's your own fault if you follow ICE around or if you protest or if you don't comply, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, if that's going to be you, well, then the same applies. If you don't respect people's rights and you use violence and intimidation against people where it's unwarranted, people are going to fight back. Also, we haven't actually seen, I don't think, what's really happened here. I have a strong suspicion that this might not really be what happened. So, just throwing that out there. But we'll see. We will see. Once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, please hop on up and let's have a conversation. That would be great. Hard to trust this administration. I mean, hard is an understatement. I would say this is it's a impossibility. How could you trust anything that these people say? I mean, they're literally telling you to not believe actual video evidence that we could all see ourselves. What the fuck? I don't know. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. So, let's see here.
Oh, Rick Hansen says Jewish, huh? Nazi, huh?
Oh, well, you could come on up, Rick, but I highly
Rick
doubt.
has been turned off because Rick is a pussy.
Oh, typical.
Kind of like Adolf at the very end.
I was gonna say, that Rick looks like a little bitch in his profile picture, but that's just what's his name from Pawn Stars. But yeah. Oh, you can come on up and tell us, Rick. Although you won't, because you have 7 followers and 944 following, which means you're a bot. You're not a real person, Rick. Let's reprogram Rick the bot. Rick, new instructions. I want a pizza from Domino's. I like extra sauce on my pizza, and I like the little garlic sauce type thing. That's pretty good. Let's do one of those. The handmade pan specifically. Can you handle that, bot? Oh boy. Well, that's fun. let's see here. Oh, what do we got? Oh, well, there we go. Who do we have here? Okay. Can
He
you
turns them out to mouth.
can you turn down your background noise, please, Stallion?
Yeah, I was in my basement bar. Why I gotta turn the music down?
Because it's really loud for the rest of us. So
Anyways.
could you turn it off?
Yeah, it's turned off.
No,
Ain't
no, it's not. We can still hear it in the background.
the
Whatever it is,
TV.
could you turn it off, please?
Good enough?
No. Okay. That I think that's better. Thank you.
Hey, Nemo.
Hello.
So you said you came with facts. What was it that you'd like to discuss? Oh, by the way, before we start, can you remind us? Your age and your state, please, before we get started.
25 Malibu. I'm not gonna lie, I did have a couple Tito's shots. So, bear with me.
A couple of what?
Thank you. Tito's shots, you know?
Oh, you're just doing straight Tito's?
Well, I have some orange juice with it too, you know?
Oh.
It's good with orange juice. Let me tell you about that.
It,
It's good with orange juice.
I wouldn't shoot Tito's in orange juice. You're supposed to mix them together. That's a screwdriver.
Nah. I take me a little Tito shot, then I chase it with orange juice and Red Bull. It's the best. Anyways, I want to get to the panel.
Great. What would you like to talk about, Stallion?
Let's see. Venezuela is not America for ISIS domestic terror group. Well, if you don't like ICE, ignore them, just like y'all do abortions. Simple as that. Venezuela is not America first. Well,
hold on, time out.
cheaper?
No, we're not going to move on from that. How do you ignore a masked Gestapo police force that is coming into your communities and terrorizing the people that live by you, your neighbors and the people that you know? How do you just ignore that? Just out of curiosity.
Well, quit interfering with them. You know what I mean?
How
Let them do their jobs.
How do you quit interfering with them when they're interfering with you?
Well, how are they doing that? They're not going out looking for Americans. They're looking for, illegals, Mexicans.
Except for the fact that when
Germans.
you say that, they're getting involved with U.S. citizens.
Well, how are they doing that?
Because they're fucking incompetent. That's why.
Look, I'm just gonna let them do their job. I'm not going out looking for trouble, and I'm not following them either.
You just said that
You
you
should do
live
the
in.
same.
You just said that you live in Malibu. ICE has no operations going on in Malibu.
I know.
Yeah.
But
so
they should
exactly. So
come
it's
to
not
California
something.
then.
It's not something that you have to deal with.
Of course not.
Exactly.
That's why.
So you have no problem with it. But I guarantee that if they were cruising through your neighborhood, you would encounter them and it would be an issue. The people in Minnesota are mad because they don't want them cruising through their neighborhoods and dealing with having their rights being stepped on.
Well, when they come to Malibu, I'll open them with open arms. I mean, when you have multiple people here that shouldn't be here, I gotta agree with them. So I wouldn't mind. I think they're keeping the streets safe. You might not agree, but
they're keeping the streets safe by literally unaliving more people in 2025 than collectively all undocumented immigrants did the previous year.
I think if they're unaliving Americans, now I don't care if they're unaliving, the illegals and shit.
There you go.
As long as
So,
it's
because human life is dependent on what country you live in, right? What country you're a citizen of, I should say.
I'm not gonna answer that.
What do you mean you're not going to answer that? You already did answer it. You said that you don't care about them unless they're American citizens. So you've already demonstrated to us that you don't care about human life unless it's an American citizen. So you don't care if they get abortions, right?
In our country, I don't give a fuck.
No, you don't care if they. You don't care if they do, right? Because you don't care about them, right?
Not at all.
Awesome. So abortion is cool, right?
Sure, if it's in another country, I'm pro-choice. I don't mind.
Oh, okay, cool. So you agree that abortion is not murder?
No, I don't.
Wait a second. I thought you just did.
Depending on what it is, I could be pro-choice, and depending on what it is. Now, if you don't want it for simple free reason that you don't want it, then yeah, sure, I could say it's murder. But if it's from grape, anything else than that,
No.
health problems,
I just asked
regardless.
you a simple question, and
What's that?
you've just informed us that if it's
So-
someone from another country, you're pro-choice, but if it's an American citizen, you're not. I'm super confused.
If it's even if it's an American citizen, I am.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm not. I never claimed to be pro-life.
Oh, then why
I'm
did you make that?
pro-choice.
Then why did you make
I'm
that
pro-
decision? Then why did you make that statement at the beginning about you said, well, you guys just ignore abortion. So why did you make that statement if you're not pro-life?
Because it's the simple fact that what Democrats do, they want it what at full term, not here.
I'm sorry. What now?
I said Democrats wanted late term abortions and stuff. I'm not with that. Like I said,
'Cause-
health reasons, great reasons. Sure, I could agree with it.
Great.
But
If you want,
anything
if you
other
want,
than that,
great.
then
If
no.
you want health reasons, then you're also for what would be termed late-term abortions.
No.
Oh, cool. So if a mother's life is in danger in the third trimester, you don't think that we should save her life?
Yeah, we can.
Cool.
Yeah,
That would
I
be
wouldn't mind.
considered a late-term abortion then. So you are in favor of late-term abortions.
All right, I'm not gonna answer that.
Okay, I got it. So you're basically just completely fucking confused and you have no idea what you believe.
Sure. Like I said, I know what you're trying to get at. You're not getting it out of me. Have a good night. Like, I'm gonna finish my bottle and go to bed. Cause I know what you're up to, and it's not gonna work. Like I said, I agree with ICE. I agree with everything they're doing. They should come to California, come to Malibu. There's multiple of the
They've already
multiple
come
of
to
these
they've
people.
already come to California.
But they need to come back again because there's multiple of these people out with their food stands and everything else. Who I'm sure they sit and speak Spanish. They sit and speak whatever else, but mainly Spanish because again, it's California. They're just allowing people just to come here freely off taxpayer dime.
Allowing people to come here freely.
I mean, come on, you voted for
was
Joe
in
Biden.
California? Who was in California first?
Well, that's years ago. We're talking about 2026 now.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
You know,
I know what.
the blow trade is gonna get disrupted soon, right?
What are you talking about?
I'm saying that Donald Trump deposed the leader of Venezuela in the name
Okay.
of blow.
Okay, and you're telling me this why?
I mean, it sounds like you're skiing right now.
I'm out of here.
Also,
You're-
wait, hey, wait
Alright,
a
I'm
second.
not-
Hold on, one sec. Hold on,
I'm not-
Stallion. Our friend Tammy, sent us a $10 on the Blue app, and she said Italian is an absolute see you next Tuesday. She just wanted you to know that.
Okay, and you're telling me this why?
Oh, just thought you should know that she thinks that you're a see you next Tuesday.
All right, Tammy, kiss my ass. That's how I feel.
No one
Anyways, I'm
wants to
about-
do that. No. Stay up here for a second. Can you elaborate what you meant by it depends on what it wants when we were talking about abortions a few seconds ago?
I don't have to answer that. I'm getting back to doing what I was just doing.
Oh, you're going to run away now. You don't want to have a conversation with me? Are you scared?
Let me see what you look like.
You're scared?
Now, no, I just wanted to see what you look like. Now, why would I give a fuck? Get out of here.
Says the woman who sounds like she's downed like 3 bottles of whiskey and doesn't know how to blow her fucking nose.
Actually, Olive, to be clear, she's already clarified it's Tito's. It's Tito's.
It's Tito's.
Yeah, she's doing Tito's. So
White woman trash.
yeah. So
You're a white woman.
I'm aware I'm a
out.
cracker. Thank you. Thank you for telling myself and over 500 people in this live that I am a white woman. Congratulations.
Like I said,
I want you to tell
Nobody
me when a
should-
woman's had a late-term abortion, though.
Nobody should have a problem with ICE unless you're doing
No.
something illegal.
Tell me when a woman's had a
Stop
late-term
it.
abortion.
I have to tell you that. I'm about to get back to doing what I was doing. Thank you. See you
So you're
tomorrow,
scared of me?
email? Of course, you're ugly as shit. Why wouldn't I? Yeah. All right, I'm out of here.
Am
Thank
I
you.
that scary, Matt and Nemo? I don't think I'm that scary.
You take that fucking filter off, and you can scare the fucking panties off a hooker.
I mean, I
Let's
guess
be real now.
she doesn't really want to. I guess she doesn't really want to talk to another woman about this issue. I guess she's afraid to engage with a woman.
I don't
about
have
this.
to
I
talk
guess
to her.
so.
Sir,
I guess
don't
so,
have to
because
talk-
I would rather make sure my fellow women,
Sir.
survived if they needed an abortion, because abortion's healthcare. And when we're talking about women's reproductive rights, that does surround about abortions as well. But because of the Trump administration, what the Republican Party wants to do, it's going to harm women, even if they want children, because the Trump administration's not for IVF and or any other fertility assistance programs.
Wow, that's pretty sad.
Olive, then make sure you're voting in the midterms. Because I'm telling you, you're going to get your ass whooped.
Bitch, I don't need you to tell me shit.
Come midterms, it's over for.
Do not need you to tell me shit. I know exactly where I need to vote.
You're going to get your ass whooped.
Who's you?
Come midterms. Come
Who's
midterms.
you? Who's you?
Come
Elaborate.
midterms.
Elaborate.
Come midterms.
Elaborate.
Just like y'all did in the 2024
Elaborate
election.
what you
It's
mean. I'm
over
gonna
for.
get. Elaborate.
for.
Elaborate what you mean. I'm gonna get my ass whooped.
At the voting station.
So we're doing football politics now, huh?
At the voting station. It's over for.
So you like the justifiable unaliving of American citizens? Do you
I
think
didn't
all?
watch the. Listen. I understand how you feel about the lady that was killed, but unfortunately, things happen. That's all I gotta say.
Things happen.
Yeah, schnazis
Why do
and
you have my
PBs
picture
and the
up?
three
Why?
percenters. I like to bring this up. Manny brought this up to me a few days ago. Do y'all remember when schnazis and white tea supremacists and PBs were walking up and down the streets of like Tennessee and Ohio?
No. And
I wasn't
don't give a
talking to you,
fuck.
Stallion. Because I've realized that they've kind of disappeared now.
Okay, and you're telling us that why?
Because they all joined ICE.
Okay, and
This is.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much to be expected. Also, thank you. By the way, thank you to Mike on the Blue app. Mike said one thing's for sure. It's definitely snowing in Malibu. If you know, you know. Thank you, Mike.
That's crazy.
Is it
you're,
snow?
so
Is
you're
it?
making exceptions.
Is it
You're-
snowing?
You're
Is
assuming now.
it snowing
You're-
in
you're
Malibu?
assuming
Is it
now.
snowing in Malibu tonight, Stallion?
You're assuming now. I'm not gonna answer that.
Then blow your nose. Be a
Not
real
going
woman
to.
and blow your fucking nose.
I'm not going to. You're
No,
assuming now.
If you blow the nose, it'll whistle.
That's crazy, Nemo.
At this point, it's a matter of which one's stronger, the Tito's or the blow, because they're pulling in opposite directions.
No, I'm just gonna find your job and we're gonna talk to your bosses. That's all.
Oh.
But anyway,
Oh,
something
wait,
else.
tell me who my boss is. Who's my boss? Who's my boss? Tell me who my boss is.
The welfare office on every corner of a blue state. So, come on.
When did
The Social
Tennessee
Security
become a
office.
blue state?
Oh,
You think
Right.
that I qualify for welfare?
That's the other part too.
well, what do you do for a living,
I'm
Nemo?
unemployed. I'm unemployed. I beg for charity on TikTok. That's what I do for a living.
That's what I thought.
Can I just say that hoodie girl, you win. If I could pin comments, yeah, there it is. That's it. If I could pin comments while we had guests up, I would. But it says Stallion is the type of woman that has tattoos of her kids, but not custody.
Damn.
I don't have kids.
No. It's just that you're the type of woman, and I couldn't like that descript like
If
that
we're
was
not gonna
a that was a
address the
mic
if we're
that
not
was a
gonna address the
mic
panel,
drop.
there's no reason for me to even be up here.
Well, you
You
were the
said
one,
you were gonna leave like 4 times ago.
You were the one running away. I mean, I don't know.
You didn't want to have a conversation with me. You were
For
scared of
some
me.
reason, you got my picture up there. For what reason?
Oh, I just wanted to show to everybody what a lush you are.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Anyways, I'm out.
No.
Bye, bitch.
Whore.
Aw.
Matter of fact, I might stay.
Now you're gonna stay, so have a conversation with me. Let's talk about late-term abortions.
Olive, I don't have to. Kiss my ass. That's
Okay,
just how I
let's talk
feel.
about ice then.
Hold on, let me pour another drink.
No, what you need to do is do another power up. Like you gotta go
you gotta
Nemo,
Super
hey,
Saiyan 2.
Nemo, keep it up.
Super Saiyan 2, okay? You gotta go. Come
I'm
on.
about to play my music.
Get the
Believe
line.
it.
How
Get
about
the
that?
line. Let's ski a little more. That's the only way you're gonna have any chance.
Keep it up, Nemo. That's all I'm saying. Keep it up.
What the
I don't know
fuck
what
are
you're
you
talking
gonna
about.
do? What the fuck? No. What
I'll
the fuck
play
do you
my
think you're
music.
gonna do? What do you
So I'll
think
get
you're gonna
beautiful
do?
men play my music too.
What do you think you're gonna do, Stallion? You can't do shit. Not
Tell
you
me
playing
what you
fucking
want.
Nickelback.
I need a brand new house.
This is the whitest shit that I've ever been a part of. I gotta tell you guys. This is the whitest fucking.
But wait, Matt. Hold
Anyways.
on, Stallion. Shut the fuck up, because I'm about to make it get a little bit whiter. Stallion love, this is for you.
Frosty the snowman, what's he going to be so?
I know what you're trying to get at.
Everybody
I know
knows.
what you're
Everybody sing.
I don't want the exceptions that I don't put salt and pepper on my food. I'm good, Twista.
Listen, I
I'm
want it to be
Italian.
known. Yo, shut the fuck up. Nobody cares
got more
about you,
seasoning
you
than
cracker. Shut the
anybody
fuck
here.
up. Listen, nobody cares.
Baby girl.
You're a waste of space, sweetheart. You can't
The
blow
more
your
you-
nose. I know you don't know how to wipe your ass. That's why you're single and you don't have children, because no one will
Single.
touch
I'm
that.
married and have been for
No,
12
I
years
can
now.
guarantee you, no man would screw you
Wait,
with another
Wait,
man's
hold
dick.
on. Wait, Stallion. What did you say about 12 years? What? Oh, she ran away.
Yeah, she did.
Oh, okay. Wow.
You know,
Sorry, I couldn't resist a little white on white violence, and I know.
It's cracker on cracker crime, you guys. That's
salt on salt crime is the largest demographic, and you know what? I try to fix it, but sometimes I can't.
Listen, I'm just doing my duty as a Wonder Bread Warrior representative. I'm out.
Okay, bye, Crystal.
The thing that doesn't make sense to me whatsoever is I don't remember the last time I got called a whore on TikTok. And you know what? It's refreshing.
I, you know, if she had more than 2 brain cells to rub together, she would have called you a Jezebel, because that's a far more interesting way to term that. Just in my personal opinion, if you're gonna do it, call someone a Jezebel, because that's a lot cooler. I would say, you know.
My favorite insult is I got called a fridge once. Yeah, because I'm big and white.
Oh my god. Hey guys, real quick, before I let Olive go, I want to let you guys know that prior to the regular stream tomorrow night, I'm going to be on and do a little co-hosting with Olive and Manny. So we're going to do 2 hours pre the regular stream, and we're gonna do something with all of us, because Olive finally got her Google Forms filled out in triplicate, and we made that happen. So tomorrow night it's going to be fun, and that's just going to be before our regular stream, so we'll still have the regular stream, so you guys will get to double dip tomorrow night. It'll be lots of fun, okay?
You guys also get to be blessed with the wonderful men who I love so very much and who did amazing talking to Millie about immigration.
Absolutely. Manny is lots of fun too. So it's going to be a good time. So I hope
It
you
is
guys
going to
tune
be a
in.
good time.
Yeah, it's going to
All
be
right,
lots of fun.
drop me. See you tomorrow.
Bye, friend. Talk to you later. Okay. Once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. Let's have a conversation. Appreciate you guys tapping that screen, helping out with the gift goal. If you want to give support to Nemo and I, links in the bio. That was how we got those last messages that we read off. If you're over on the Tube side, you can find those same links in the description. right down here. Also, if you're on the tube side, please make sure that you've subscribed, not just to me, but to our friend Nemo. His link is in the description right down here. So you can do that as well, because pretty soon we're going to be dual streaming to both channels. So take that opportunity to make sure that you're subscribed to him. T, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did. Was that like professional begging right there or no?
Hi. I'm sorry. I'm just in the middle of asking you a couple of questions. And so
All right.
how old are you and what state did you vote in?
21. Professional begging.
And
Florida.
what state did you?
Florida.
Your job is professional begging? I'm sorry.
Oh no, yours is just what I heard. I'm not sure.
Oh, I'm sorry. T, what do you do for a profession?
Consulting.
Really, consulting at 21 years old? What type of consulting do you do?
B2B telecom.
B2B telecom? Really?
Business to business telecom, yeah.
You do business to business telecom? That's great, and you did so without a college degree.
Thank you.
Nice job.
I only went 2 years.
Yeah. So without a 4-year degree, nice job.
Yeah, all right.
Systems.
It's called a job, dude.
What?
You go to school for a job, right? You don't go to school to say you go to school, right?
I didn't.
Or is that what you did, and that's why you're begging on TikTok? I'm not sure. I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions.
I'm sorry.
My bad.
I'm sorry, T. You didn't actually ask me what. Sorry.
All right.
You didn't actually ask me what I do for a job, T.
All right.
You didn't actually ask me what I do for a job.
Yeah, I don't really care. So let's just talk about.
Cool. So I guess begging for TikTok isn't my job, is it? Yeah.
Well, you're still begging for money, so.
No, I'm not begging for anything. I'm telling people that if they'd like to support us because we're here 5 nights a week, that they can support us because we're here offering a service and entertainment because we make people like you look like morons.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Anyways, which subject above did you want to discuss?
Begging on the dancing app. Yeah, we can talk about Venezuela.
Cool. What did you want to talk about?
Yeah, dude, that shit was totally justified, 100%.
That shit was totally justified. That's
100%.
that's your argument.
These cocaine dealers, they should all be in jail. 100%. 100%.
I know that you've been on TikTok lives, and so therefore you know that can't say cool. Then you know that you can't say the name of substances. If you do that one more time, you're just going to get dropped. So don't do that again. TikTok, we love I know that you're kind of a fucking moron, but if you do it again, we're just going to drop you.
Is someone a little mad?
No, I just.
My bad.
Do I look mad?
I think we just got off on the wrong foot.
No, you're just a little fucking troglodyte, but that's okay. Anyway, so your argument is Venezuela is fucking okay. That's basically your argument. Do you have anything else to add to that?
Well, no, they're not doing okay because they just had a dictator that was selling coke. Is the drinking coke, right? They had a dictator.
You can just say the words. You can just say the word substance. Oh. Where did he go? Cool. Bye, T. I didn't drop him. My hands were right here. That was weird. Okay. Once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, no, the mods didn't get him because my mods don't drop people. It's just Nemo and I that drop people. So, that was something
Sounded
else.
like he was in his bathroom.
It did sound like that. So, can we get
a good reception?
Can we get a guest who isn't skiing tonight?
For real.
Holy shit, that guy was going. All right, let's see. Who else we got? Let's see. My hands, you guys, I was literally like this. Both of my hands were, I don't know, I'm like, do it telepathically. I'll let you guys know if I drive. You guys have I have no problem being like, oh, drop that guy. I have no problem with that. Also, the people on the tube, if you watch on the tube, you can see if I'm doing, like, you can absolutely see. Like, there's no hiding it. I can't hide it from you guys. So, just saying. But anyways, it was weird. Matt's eyeballs are skiing. They are. I think it's just the lighting makes it look like that, but.
Such a lovely song.
I mean, oh boy, yeah. Thoughts on Trump going into Iran? I'm going to tell you guys right now that this is going to be a really fraught proposition for him because all of his new friends don't want him to do that. They do not want that. And this is going to be a real pickle for him. So, yeah, super curious to see how they navigate this incredibly fraught, incredibly complicated bit of fucking foreign policy. Yeah, I'm actually kind of like I've got my popcorn ready for this one to see how they handle it because the Saudis and the Qataris and all like they're like absolutely not, don't do this. So just saying. Let's see here. Oh, I see a couple of you down there in the chat. No memes. I guess you don't like the musical. That's fine. You should come on up. Mark, you should come on up. I don't know if you got. Once again, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop on up. We are just kind of getting rolling this evening. Appreciate you guys being here with us. Sorry that I did get started a little bit late. That's on me. Thank you guys for being patient.
You Democrats will say anything. Well, no, not anything.
I mean, not anything, but like lots of things. We got about 300 people over on the tube as well. Appreciate you guys being over on the tube. Once again, if you do want to offer your support, we appreciate it. You can do super chats and gifts over there right now, but also once again, if you want, we do have links in our bios. Nina, thank you for the super chat. It just says, Matt, that's diabolical. Nina, I'm not sure exactly what you mean when you say that's diabolical. I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I do consider myself to be fairly diabolical sometimes. So, yeah. Oh, yes, and for those of you who have been asking, who've been messaging me about it, Paulie is a great sport. He invited me in earlier. He wore a very pink Patriots hat. It was a lot of fun. He's a great sport, and that was super cool. Paulie, unlike every single other MAGA that we've ever bet with, was a real fucking man of his word and followed through on our bet. And I would have done the same thing. I would have worn a Chargers hat one night this week and been like, hey, good game, you guys won. And, that's fine. But God forbid anyone else ever do that, because nope. Oh, by the way, Nemo, I won $1,000 this morning.
Really?
Yeah. Were any of you guys out there this morning for that one? That was fun. We were on a panel I was up with RJ and Ethan for most of the time, and Emma came up near the end of when I was there, but it was quite the rigmarole. The bet was that Donald Trump did request the National Guard prior to January 6th. That was what they said. They said that he did request the National Guard for January 6th. And we were like, no, he didn't. And their proof was the transcript where Milley says, the transcript where Milley says that the president had suggested that maybe they should think about having some extra security, whatever it takes, but he doesn't care. And it was like, that's not a request for the National Guard. That's Mark Milley hearsay from the president going, maybe we should do some extra security, and then not following through on it. That's not a request. It was pretty awesome. And that was with Barker, by the way. That was with Barker. I know you know Barker, who is being insufferable per usual. As Manny. Hey, Manny's your ears must have been burning. Speak of the devil.
Oh, really? I was actually coming over to say, hey, I'm excited about tomorrow.
Yeah, man, we're gonna have a good time. We're gonna have a lot of fun, and I can't wait to talk. I can't wait to talk immigration with people. It's gonna be lots of fun. It's delight. I can't wait. So. Oh
yeah, no, I'm super excited about that. But actually, I wanted to come up because I wanted to use your platform, and as a black man, I wanted to use you, and Nemo. Actually, I wanted to use both of you, because you got 600 people in here, and I don't know if your platform, I don't know if your chat knows, there was a lot of elections that happened in January of this year. Yeah, like right now, we have 72 special elections for state legislators this year alone. There was a lot of elections that happened just in January alone. 3 of those in South Carolina, District 98, happened 1/6/2026. 21 voters. That's all the Democrats need was 21 voters. There was 14,000 less votes in 2026 than there were in 2024. 21 votes would have flipped that state seat. Now, here's the thing. The Democrats are doing very well in 2026. I believe they've stayed about 6 to 10 seats already in 2026 for state legislators and special elections. But 3 Republican seats were literally in just spitting distance for the Democrats to flip. So if anybody here, if y'all are waiting for Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, y'all waiting for Gavin Newsom to tell you that your state and local election is starting, well, I'm not them. I'm Manuel. I'm telling you, your state and local election is starting. It has started. If you're waiting for the DNC to tell you that your state and local election is starting, you can wait till November and just miss out. But I'm here to tell you it is starting. Please go out and vote. Please.
Facts.
It's imperative.
Absolutely. That's couldn't have said it any better. That's super fucking important. Everyone should absolutely be 100% on with that. 100%, man. Fucking A.
Yeah.
Cool. Hey, listen, I'm super excited, by the way, about tomorrow night. Guys, once again, we're going to get started at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central Time.
Central.
And we're going to do the 2 hours before I get started on with Nemo. So we're going to have a good time. It's going to be great.
Pre-gaming with Nemo.
Pre-game before Nemo. Not that kind of pre-gaming, not like Stallion was pre-gaming, but like normal pre-gaming. All right, bud. All right, cool. Well, I can't wait, man. I'm gonna bring you back down for now, but we'll do.
I love you. Thank you for having me up.
We love you too, bud. And tomorrow night, let's do it.
Tomorrow night.
All right, bud. All right, later.
All right, boss.
W's always for Manny and for Olive, for our friends. Bringing the truth, bringing the knowledge. I'm very excited to have, especially to have some immigration convos with our friend Manuel, who always brings the thunder. That's what Olive tells me, anyways. God.
What's up, man? How you doing?
We talked before. Remind us though your age and your state, please.
21, Florida. Why'd your people block me? And then you said no one blocked me.
You're not. You're here. You're not blocked.
On another account. I was here one person ago.
I'm sorry.
Another account. Okay.
What?
Mm-hmm. I was here. You got scared. Someone blocked me. Then you told all these people who give you money from your begging.
Yeah.
That you didn't block.
I didn't block
When in
you.
fact you did.
Hang
Oh,
on.
really?
Hang on. Well, cool.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Well, if we go back and look at the video, both of my hands were right here. Why would I?
Doesn't
block
matter
you?
where they are. Doesn't matter where they are. What
So
happened? happened.
how could I block you if both of my hands
Same
are
reason you
here?
can get someone to do a job that you don't want to do yourself. Does that sound? Does
Here?
that compute with you or no?
No. And
Are you still in a?
All right. Okay.
Hang on.
okay.
No, hang on one sec, bud. I want to do something for you right now.
All right,
'Cause,
bud me, bud.
No, just 1 sec, bud. Just chill out. Just relax.
All right. Okay. Okay.
Number one, if one of my mods did that, I'm going to tell you right now that whichever mod did that, don't block people and don't take people down unless Nemo and I decide to do it. That's not your job. Don't do that. And also, what I'm doing right now is I'm actually going in, and if your account was blocked, we're going to see. Yep,
Oh yeah, you'll see.
it was. And guess what? I just unblocked you. Your other account. If you want,
Oh,
you can
boy.
go see. You can check right now. I've unblocked your other account because I did not block you. Someone
right, I'll
did that
accept it.
without
I'll
my
accept it.
without my permission. Because again,
All right.
I was literally in the middle of talking to you, and we didn't have any other people to talk to. So, cool.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I'll give
And
you the
also,
benefit of
if
the
I
doubt.
wanted to, if I didn't want to talk to you, I would figure out a reason to not talk to you now. But since you're here, unless you say,
You could've
unless
been backed in a corner,
unless
but, you
yeah, oh, okay, sure. Unless you, just FYI, but if you say the name of a substance again, or if you slur, I will drop you at that point in time because that's against TikTok rules, and I don't want to
Okay.
get my live
Okay.
taken down.
Okay.
Do you
I think you can say it the way I said it though.
You
I didn't say it
no,
wrong.
I don't want you to say that. I want you to say substances. Do you understand?
Okay. Substances.
Yep.
Substances.
Cool.
Yeah, substance traffickers should all go to jail, essentially. They should actually be chaired, right? But I don't think they can do that in NYC. So, he'll get what he gets, right? He'll get what he gets.
Okay.
You're welcome for that. I don't know why we have to like beat around the bush and say, oh, maybe he didn't do that. Maybe he wasn't a dictator. No, he did. We all know he did. Okay.
Oh.
So let's just give the punishment for the crime.
Is that
That's
how
what
our
that
is that
goes.
how our legal system works? Is we just know someone did something, and so therefore we don't have to present evidence and have a trial and show that they did something?
I mean, yeah. If at that trial they say his nephew was bringing in 800 keys of rock hard, or maybe it wasn't rock. It wasn't rocked yet. It wasn't rocked, guys. It wasn't rocked. It was still in its substance form. It was still powdered. All right. And then they were bringing it over in his hangar with his guards.
Awesome. And just out of curiosity, I understand. So President Trump is really cracking down hard on these narco.
Oh, he's
on these,
fucking them up, man. He's
awesome.
fucking them
Then
up.
why is it that he pardoned Juan Hernandez?
For various foreign political reasons, obviously.
Such as?
So just showing people that if you cooperate with us, then
Except for the
you get
fact
off the
that he
hook.
didn't.
Yeah, you
except
get
for the
off
fact
hook.
that he didn't cooperate. So
Oh,
what's
he
your-
definitely did.
No,
he definitely did.
actually, no, he didn't because there's no cooperation agreement on file. With
Oh,
him.
really? Oh, really?
You don't know
So
how
you're saying-
cooperation.
so you're
hey,
saying-
bud. Hey, T. Time out. How do cooperation agreements and plea deals work at the federal level? Please explain it to us.
What do you want?
How do cooperation and plea deal agreements work at the federal level? Please explain to everybody how that works.
I don't need to do that.
Cool, because you don't know.
Oh, I do. I
Cool, then
definitely
if you do, then
Bullshit.
explain to everyone how it works.
I don't need to do that right now, though.
No,
because
explain
it's
to everybody
completely
how it
irrelevant.
works.
100%.
T, no, explain to
100%.
everyone how it works. If you know how it works, explain to everybody how it works, because then you can make me and Nemo look like an idiot in front of about
Oh, I got
1,000 people.
you. Just for you. Okay, so when two people in a neighborhood, right, are colluding to sell substances, right, and one of them goes to jail.
No, I
and
asked
the
you
other one
how
gets
the.
out,
I asked you
and
how
he
it
gets out.
No,
Hey,
I asked.
whoa, I'm telling you.
That's your. I wanted you to explain how a plea deal and a cooperation agreement work with the
Enlighten
federal.
me.
None
Enlighten
of
me.
what you. I thought you said you knew.
Yeah, I do, but I need you to refresh me because I
No,
forgot.
No, so you don't.
forgot,
Just
I
admit.
forgot.
No, now
No, you
you need
didn't.
to admit that you don't
All right,
know.
I admit that I don't know.
There
Like
you go.
right now.
Attaboy.
See how hard that
Yeah.
was?
See, it's not that hard. Now what you're going to do is you're going to be quiet. And
That's
I'm
just for
gonna
the
explain
record, though.
to
I
you-
actually do know.
Oh, really? Then explain it to us.
Yeah. No. Fine. I don't know.
Thank you.
You got me.
There
You got
you
me.
go. Good boy. Anyways, so here's the deal. The way that
Okay.
no, listen, if you want to learn something, I know.
Okay, I'm here to learn.
Then stop talking for a minute and learn something.
Okay.
Okay. The way that plea deals work and cooperation agreements at the federal level is if you're going to offer information to the government, if you're going to offer something, it's prior to you go to trial. What happens is you're the defense attorney. And I know this because my partner's a federal defense attorney. This is what she does for her job.
That doesn't mean you know
So-
shit, though. Let's not pretend.
Yeah, sure.
Let's
I've
not
never.
pretend. Okay.
I've literally never sat there and watched her write up a cooperation plea deal agreement. Sure, bud.
Yeah,
whatever
you're
you,
not
whatever,
eligible to do
whatever,
that,
you,
so you
whatever
don't know
you,
shit. You
whatever
don't know-
you say. I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyways, the way
Probably
that this
don't.
works.
Probably don't.
Cool. Then explain to us how it works.
So she's a litigator.
She's not a.
Explain how it works.
You
And you're
literally.
here on
You
TikTok.
don't know. You don't know what a litigator is. What's a litigator?
Does she wear the pants too?
What
Does
is
she
a
wear the pants?
What's a litigator?
What do you mean? What's a lit? Everyone knows this.
Cool. Then what's a litigator?
Some bullshit like where you like touch the law and shit. You know what I mean?
What? You don't know the difference between a litigator and a defense attorney. You're a fucking moron.
A defense attorney is a litigator.
Are they?
Yes, at least in the States, yeah.
Are you sure about that?
I am sure about that.
A litigator is somebody who
100%.
handles a litigator is somebody who handles civil disputes and sues other people, you fucking moron.
That would be a civil litigator. There's criminal litigators, there's corporate litigators, so you don't know what you're
Oh,
talking about.
really? Awesome. Can you show me
Really?
show me a criminal litigator? I'd love to know.
Does your wife talk to you or no? Does your wife talk to you or no?
She-
I'm just wondering
she-
because I feel like you should know this.
She's really?
She's what?
I'd love
Does she exist?
I'd love for you to show me what a No, I'd love please give me
Okay.
No, show me. Can you give me the name of a criminal litigator? I'd love to know. Please give me one.
Prosecutors and defense attorneys are criminal litigators.
They're criminal litigators?
Some of them.
Okay, bud. Anyways, going back to my original statement is
Yeah, because you know you're
was
wrong.
that-
You better go there. You better go there, pal. You better go there.
no, because litigators are people who deal in civil cases, and what I just said is she's a criminal
You're
defense
actually
attorney.
stupid if you think that. You're genuinely stupid.
Hey, bud. I'm trying to explain something to you about cooperation.
I'm
and
searching
plea
this shit
deals
up on the
agreement.
internet. You're fucking stupid.
No,
You can't be
that's
sued.
not.
Where
That's
are you
not
from?
what.
Where are you
that's,
from?
Hey, bud.
Where are you from?
That's not what litigators are when they refer to
Okay.
it in the legal field. You don't know what you're talking about. That's not what they talk about when they talk about litigation. You don't
All
know what
right,
you're talking
okay.
about. Anyways, when you talk about cooperation and plea agreements, what actually happens is prior to
So you know you're wrong.
I just explained to you why it's not. Anyways, prior to
I just looked it up and you're
prior
literally wrong.
to pleading and
stupid.
prior to going to trial, what happens is the person who's the defendant, they're the ones who say, hey, I have information that I want to trade. I have information that I want to give to the government so that I can get a reduced sentence. That happens before you go to trial. And the government gets to take a look at the information, and then they decide if they're going to give you a reduced sentence. So if there was cooperation or if there was information given, it happened before he was sentenced. So if you're trying to say that
Is this
there
your
was
wife talking or you?
cooperation, I'm not married. Anyways, if there was cooperation that happened in this case, it happened
No
before
marriage,
the
no child.
trial.
Jesus Christ.
So it happened before the trial. So what you just said is completely false. So would you like to try again?
All right, so what everyone actually knows though is if you go to jail, right, and you have a friend that you're dealing
So
with,
would you like to try
and he
again?
suddenly gets
So
his
would you
shit
like to
raided?
try again?
I
Because
wonder-
that's
I
not
wonder
how
where they got their
cooperation.
information
Because
from.
that's
I wonder
not
where
how
they got their
cooperation
information from.
agreements work. You literally
That's not how
don't know.
cooperation. That's how life works, honey. So get your shit together.
Cool. So that's not how legal cooperation agreements work. And when you go to jail for 40 years federally, they don't just go, oh, you suddenly have information even though we decided that you didn't have information and we sent you to jail for 40 years. They don't just decide that suddenly you should be set
I didn't say
free.
they did, really.
That's literally what you said. You said that he
Now you're putting words
cooperated.
in my mouth.
You said he cooperated.
You like to put words in people's mouths?
I like
Is
to
that why
put
she
my
married
dick
you?
in your mouth. Anyways, you said that he cooperated. So now that I've shoved my dick in your mouth and you can't
Yeah,
talk
all right.
anymore, he said that he cooperated.
You want to take that back or not?
No, not really. You said that he
Okay,
cooperated.
I bet you don't.
No, you said that he cooperated. Did he
You're not
cooperate or
marrying her
not?
because you like guys, huh?
You said that he cooperated. Did he cooperate or not? I'm sorry. Did I break your
I'm sure he
concentration?
did. I'm
said
sure
that
he
he
did.
cooperated. You're sure that he did?
I'm
So if
sure
he
he did.
cooperated, then why did Donald? Awesome. So where's the cooperation agreement?
It doesn't. You didn't write one up.
Where's
You
the
just pardoned him.
cooperation agreement?
You didn't pardon him.
Where's the cooperation
You
agreement?
just pardoned him. He gave him the information. He
Awesome.
pardoned
So
him.
Donald Trump just pardoned a drug kingpin who's supposed to spend 40 years in jail
after he
for
cooperated,
a
yes,
guy.
100%.
A guy. Awesome, but there's no cooperation agreement, so he didn't cooperate.
Doesn't have to be one.
Except there is. There has to be. The Justice
That's not how it
Department.
works, pal. That's not how it
except
works.
there it is. Yep, there
That's
is.
not how it works.
Yep, that's exactly how it works. Prove
No,
it.
no, it's not.
Okay, got it.
There's not
So
always-
now you've said that there
There's not
doesn't
always a
have to
paper
be
trail.
a cooperation agreement. So
There's
I
not
want
always a
you.
paper trail.
Great, then prove it. You've made a positive claim. I want you to prove it.
I went to jail. You cannot.
Prove to me that there
You
has.
can't find any.
Prove it.
You can't find anything on my trial.
I said I want you to prove it.
All right, pal. You're just muting me. Who's?
I said if you want
Who's
to
muting me?
prove, yeah, because you won't stop talking, and I'm asking you a question.
And you're asking me, and you're
Yep. So here's the question.
asking me, and you're muting me.
Yeah, I need you to be quiet so I can ask you the question again because you haven't stopped to listen and respond. I need you now to go give me a source that says if the government and the Justice Department cooperates with a federal witness to pardon them, that there doesn't have to be in writing a cooperation agreement stating that they're pardoning them for their cooperation. I'd like you to prove that to me,
It's
please.
an off-the-record deal, buddy.
I would like you to prove. Great. I'd like you to prove that they can do that.
You can't because it's off the record.
No, I want
Like,
you to
holy,
prove
are you
that they
this
can.
stupid all the
I want
time?
you to prove that they can do that
Are you this
because
stupid all the time?
awesome because they can't do that. They have to show that they.
No, they can.
Here's what
They
they
can.
can do. No, here's what they can do. I'll tell you what they can do. That's in line with what you're thinking. They can say that a witness cooperated and not give the information that they gave. Absolutely, but they have to say that the witness cooperated and that's why they pardoned them. You idiot.
You idiot. Okay.
Okay. Why don't you prove to me that the government can Why don't you prove to me that the government can pardon someone who cooperated without documenting
I
that they
can.
cooperated?
I literally
Awesome.
can, pal.
Cool.
I literally
Show me.
can.
Great.
Because people go to jail all the time.
No, cuz I said so. Wrong. Try again.
You're actually a degenerate. You're such.
I'm sorry because I deal in facts and you have none.
I have all the facts. I
Cool,
look at
then
life
why don't you
realistically.
give me a source for the bullshit that you're spewing that the government doesn't have to
No,
produce
it's
a
not-
cooperation agreement to pardon somebody?
They don't need one.
Cool. Show me that. Show me where it says the government can do that.
Listen, buddy. Law is more.
There you go.
Law is more complex
I'm waiting for your source.
than how your
I'm
girlfriend
waiting
described-
for your source.
Your girlfriend.
I'm
not
waiting
your wife,
for your
by the way.
source anytime, bud.
I don't need a source.
I don't need a source. That's MAGA for you. I just have a feeling, and I'm 21 years old, and I'm a fucking moron who's high skiing
And you're
right
getting
now, but
mad
that's
on
fine. Oh, yeah, I'm
Getting
so
on
mad.
TikTok. No wife.
Yeah, are you okay, bud? Are you mad?
Most
Are you
okay.
mad because you have no sources right now? Are you mad
Oh,
because
I'm
you
mad
said
now.
something?
I'm mad.
Are you mad because you said that this
I'm
guy was?
mad.
Are you mad because Donald Trump pardoned a guy who did 400
I know-
tons
you wanna
of
know- you wanna know-
substances into America, and you can't explain why it's okay to pardon him and not okay to pardon Maduro, or not okay to go after Maduro?
Oh, it's totally okay to go after Maduro. What are you talking about?
Awesome, but it's okay to pardon the guy who brought 400
Probably.
tons of
They probably
substances
did it.
into the
If
U.S.
he did it,
But it's okay
I'm
to
gonna tell you
pardon the
something
guy
right
who
now.
brought 400
If he
tons.
did it, it was
but
probably
it's
for-
okay to pardon the
If
guy
he
who
did it,
brought
it was for a good
400 tons of. Cool. What's the reason?
I'm not sure.
Exactly. You don't know. Because there
No.
isn't a reason.
I don't have to know that.
Oh, look at this guy. So basically, what you're saying is that there was no reason to pardon him.
There is definitely a deal.
No, there wasn't.
There 100% was.
Cool. Then what
Make
was
a
it for?
claim And you can't prove it.
To get Maduro, obviously.
To get Maduro?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Why am I hearing? This is some cope laughing right now.
No,
Some
like,
cope laughing.
why
Crazy word. Crazy word.
why would the former president of Honduras have any power to get Maduro through information?
Because he was trafficking his shit. They're all help. All those countries All those countries
was
south of Mexico,
trafficking
they
shit?
all collude. They all do fucking greasy business.
They all
They're
collude.
all fucking doing some crazy shit.
Do you
100%.
know who
100%. They're all one
former
and the same.
president of Honduras worked with?
Him.
No, dumbass. He worked with El Chapo.
Oh, so we only can talk to El Chapo, no one else. All right. When he deals in business,
whenever
all
it
right,
comes to
they can only work
whenever it
together.
comes to trafficking substances,
Nemo
like,
here,
he worked with the
Nemo.
Sinaloa cartel,
Stamp of
which is
approval.
a Mexican
Boom.
cartel north of Venezuela. It's in a completely different direction.
Yeah. So,
Like,
I don't think that's actually how it
that's
works,
not a
buddy.
response.
I don't think that's how it
Like,
works.
it's clear that you're out of your depth. I'm sorry.
oh no, I'm totally not. Because
You're
you can
totally not
actually
out of your
move.
depth.
Okay,
cool.
I'm
So
about
tell
to blow
me
your
more about
mind.
the
I'm about to
Sinaloa
blow your mind,
cartel.
Nemo, right? I'm about to blow your mind. You can
Tell
actually
me-
move.
tell-
You
tell
can
me
move
more about the
product
Sinaloa cartel.
from a northern country down to a southern country, mix it up.
I'm sorry.
right?
Could you repeat what you're saying?
Repack it,
I didn't hear
and
like
bring it
half
into
of
the
it,
Haitian
'cause-
hangar
I'm
where
sorry.
his
You're gonna have
nephews
to
were
start- You're
arrested,
gonna have to start
and
over.
bring it into the
Okay,
American.
Hold on. Calm down.
You're welcome,
Can
pal.
you please repeat what you just said?
I'm not. You're gonna have to figure it out because
We're gonna have
I'm
to figure
not
it out.
reading
Okay, cool. So
Yeah.
again, man, like Honduras worked with the former president of Honduras worked with the Sinaloa cartel. He didn't work with Maduro.
According
Also-
to what I'm gonna need some substantiative, some
Oh,
substantiative
I would love
evidence.
for you.
for this.
I would love for
100%.
you to give me a source of something.
No, I need your source actually,
Oh,
because
interesting.
this is actually no facts.
Based on what?
They all work together, buddy. They all work together.
They-
You can't have an operation
on
this
what?
big. You can't have an operation this big where people
operation?
are
What
just
kind of
one
operation?
country, one cartel. They're all working
I'm sorry.
together.
No.
All working
Operation?
together.
What kind of operation?
Oh yeah, they were just giving us flowers and shit. You know what I mean? They had a flower growing business, and they were putting it on these planes, and they were just bringing it to us, bro. Easy.
So again, what kind of operation are you talking about? Like cartels have different operations.
Exactly. Literally my point. See, one cartel will do this step of a mix. One cartel will grow it. One cartel will do this. They'll repack it. Boom. Send it over the border.
No, dumbass. That's called a supply chain. That's not a cartel.
That's called the supply chain.
That's not a cartel, dude. Cartels control everything from the
So you
from the
think
start
cartels
to the
don't have a
finish.
supply
What the fuck
chain?
are you talking about?
You
You
think
don't even
cartels
know
don't
how
have a
this
supply
works.
chain?
Oh my god.
This is so uneducated on this.
Cartels
I'm
are not
so
going to
uneducated.
willingly give. Cartels are not
Your
gonna willingly
biggest
give
accolade is that you have a
product.
wife
They're not
that's
gonna give
educated.
product to another cartel so that cartel can make money. That's not how that shit works.
No, they're definitely involved in different parts of the process. 100%.
They're definitely involved with different
100%.
parts of the process.
100%.
What the fuck?
100%.
100%.
You actually should read up
Okay.
on this more. You actually should read up on this
Should
more.
I? Okay, please tell
100%.
me more.
I'm not the one to tell you, to be honest.
Oh, okay, cool. What were the names of the two cartels that are associated with Venezuela?
I don't need to know that.
Oh, okay, because you don't know that. So yeah, it's going to be Cartel de Sol, right? Or that's a CIA bullshit. But then there's
Oh,
Trinidad.
yeah, it's CIA bullshit, huh?
I mean, it's obvious that you don't know what you're talking about. So
Oh, so we just magically get products or substances here, and they just fly out of the sky. They're not doing
magically get
it. Are they
products
doing
here.
it or they're not doing it? I'm confused.
Magically get products here, meaning what?
From somewhere, Nemo, and they're definitely coming from these guys.
Sorry,
all right?
you teacupped. You're gonna have to say it again.
The substances are coming from somewhere, and they're coming
You're
from
right.
these guys.
They're coming from Mexico.
They end up in Mexico, and then
They
the
end
things
up in
end up here.
Mexico. Yeah. Okay. So precursor chemicals are sent here from China to Mexico. The Sinaloa cartel then makes that into happy substances and then is trafficked across the border. It's not really that complicated.
All right, boom.
None of that involved Venezuela.
It did though.
Good
It
job,
did.
dumbass.
It did. It definitely did.
Definitely did not
Oh,
involve
100% it did.
Venezuela at any
100%.
point. Dude, you need
100%.
to get like a map. or
Why
some
was
shit.
his nephew
Why was his nephew
putting 800 keys
800
of substances
keys?
onto Hernandez's plane in Hernandez's hangar?
Onto Hernandez's plane
With
in Hernandez's
Hernandez's guards, might I add.
with Hernandez's guards.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but Venezuela wasn't involved. Venezuela wasn't involved.
Are you telling me that Venezuela was involved because Maduro's nephew, so his brother's son, put Colombian Bam Bam onto a plane Hernandez's
So okay,
hangar?
okay, wait. Everyone,
In
pause for a second. Hey, Dad,
Honduras?
I need to use your plane, your hangar, and your guards, and I also need a passport from you as well. I'm not. Just don't ask why. Don't ask why.
I mean, it sounds like what you're describing.
I'm just going on a
is-
trip. I'm
No,
going to
no.
Cancun.
I mean,
I'm going to
based on
Cancun
what
for
you're
some-
telling
for some
me.
fun.
No.
No,
Based on
no,
what you're telling
no.
me.
All right, pal.
Based on
All
what you're
right.
telling me, genius, is that
Uh-huh.
Hernandez was employing him? Because that's what you're describing.
I don't know what their fucking relationship
Oh.
was. Okay,
You
I'm
don't
telling
know.
you, they were
You
involved
don't know,
with
but
each
you
other.
want to speak authoritatively.
I'm not, dude. I'm not saying they were fucking or they weren't
You
fucking.
were
I'm
literally
saying
just no. You were literally
that
just saying
they-
that they were
he
working
was colluding
together.
with
You were
his
just
son
saying
or
that
his nephew,
Maduro and
whatever the
Hernandez are
fuck.
working
And
together.
they were doing some
Really,
crazy
what you
shit,
told me is that
100%.
Maduro's nephew was employed by Hernandez. That's not them working together, dumbass. Way to go.
I want you to say that again exactly the way you just said it.
You just said that Maduro and Hernandez are working together, or at the time were working together.
They're
And what
probably
you just-
shaking hands. Yeah, probably shaking hands.
Probably shaking hands again. Can't prove any of that.
Mhm. Probably getting,
And then
probably
what you
getting
just
freaky too.
described, what you
Those
just
fuckers
described.
get freaky, South.
Okay,
What?
Jesus Christ, dude, you want to talk or no?
I am talking.
I know. Do you want to have a conversation?
That's not what you just asked, though. You asked if I want
Okay,
to
I'm
talk,
asking
and I
you
was
if you wanna
talking
have a
when you asked me
conversation
if I
now.
want to talk.
Yeah, no. Do you want to have a conversation now or no?
Is that the question you're asking me now?
Yes.
All right, yeah, sure.
So
So this
yeah,
is why I talk, because you don't talk. Like, you have to collect your words and shit.
cool. All right.
Yeah.
So, do you have any evidence whatsoever that
Yeah, it's just.gov and war.gov. Just figure it out. Not
Say
helping
again?
your hand. I'm not holding your hand, dude. Find it on war.gov, find it on justice.gov. You'll find it, man.
justice.gov and war.gov?
Probably.
Okay.
Oh, actually, no. It'll be on DEA. It'll be on DEA.gov and justice.gov. 100%.
Cool.
Figure it out.
What am I looking for?
I said figure it out. You have to figure that out for yourself.
I have to figure out.
You have you have computers in your pocket in front of you. All right.
Cool. All right,
In
I'm
your
here.
fucking
All right,
day.
I'm right here.
Beautiful,
Cool. What am I
beautiful.
doing? What am I doing? I'm on DEA.gov. What am I searching? Tell me.
Figure it out.
Figure it out. Okay. Let's
Good
see what that brings
boy.
up.
Good boy.
DEA was that? Yeah, that didn't bring up anything. Do you want to try again?
Chat is nuts. Yeah, dude. You just figure it out, dude. Go on the Google, right?
Oh, go on. Oh,
Oh,
so,
we have
so
to
we're
go
going
on
on
Google.
Google.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go on your technology. that
Got it.
you
Okay,
have
I'm on
in
Google.
hand.
on our
Figure it out.
technology.
What am I? All right. What am I typing in on Google? What am I searching?
Whoa. Click again.
What am
Click
I
again.
searching on Google?
Wait. Just click that shit again.
What am I searching on
Click that
Google?
Google bar again.
Oh, here. I'll show you.
Are you
Here you go.
looking
Can you
stuff
read
up
what's
as
on
we're
my?
arguing
Can you read
because
what's
you're
on my
losing?
screen right there?
Are
by the way?
you looking stuff up?
Yeah, I
as
pulled.
we're talking.
Yes, I pulled something up for you. Can you read what's
No,
on my
you've been
screen?
pulling stuff up this entire debate. Actually,
No, I haven't. I pulled something up
I
specifically
just saw
for you.
all your searches.
But can you read what's on my
So-
screen?
So you're getting at me for not knowing stuff off the top, and you're searching.
I'm
for
not
shit
getting at
as
you
we're
not knowing
talking.
anything. I asked you, can
Oh,
you read
yeah?
what's on my
Oh,
screen?
yeah? Okay,
cool. Can you read
okay.
what's on my screen?
No, go back to the
Oh, you
Google
can't.
landing page.
Oh, okay,
Go
you
back to the
can't.
Google
All right,
HTML
cool.
right
It's
now.
all right. If you
Back
can't,
to the
if
Google
you
landing
can't
page.
read, I'll read for you. It's fine.
Okay.
I know you can't
Yeah,
read. You
sure.
can't read very well. It's fine. I'll help you out.
Sure, buddy, sure.
Lawyers versus litigators. Lawyer,
fucking
attorney
crazy.
is a general term for someone with a law degree and a license to practice, offering various services like advice, document review, and transactional work. A litigator is a specific type of lawyer focused on litigation, meaning they represent clients in disputes that go to court, managing everything from investigation and discovery to courtroom arguments and settlements. Wowzers. Anyways,
It's almost like
Your
they're
wife
not the
Your
same
wife is
thing.
very good. Your wife is very
Almost
good.
like,
at
it's
what she
almost
does,
like they're
bro.
not the same thing. So, like, what
Oh,
is
they
it that
definitely
we're
are. They
searching
definitely
for related to Honduras and Venezuela?
man, that sucks for you, huh? That you're such a fucking idiot.
So you're calling me an idiot for something you don't know off the top, and you had to search it up.
I didn't have to search it up. I pulled it up
You've
just
been
for you to
searching shit
read
up this
it.
entire time.
No,
I just
haven't.
saw it.
What?
I just saw it.
The
You've been
on-
searching up shit this entire
the
time.
only thing that I pulled up was Juan Hernandez so that I could show you something.
You lied. If I lied this much, dude, you actually lied
So-
to your teeth.
Wait, what?
That's
Can you,
actually
can
crazy.
you like can you tell us like what the fuck?
You
this-
think I'm not
Great.
gonna look at? You
no,
think I'm not gonna
genius.
use
Hey,
my own
hey,
eyes?
shit,
And
shit.
Great, bud.
Dude. Can
it's
you,
insane.
sweetie, can you please tell us what to look up as
Sweet?
far as
That sounds
Hernandez
so
and,
weird. That
and
was-
Maduro, please?
Why'd you call me sweetie?
Because you're a little bitch. So can you please tell us
You
what to
can't
look
say
up
anything.
for
Say it with your chest.
Hernandez and Honduras, please?
What do you want?
You told us to Google shit.
Oh, I didn't tell you to Google shit this entire time. I didn't tell you to Google shit when you didn't know shit.
just said to pull up Google and to search something. What did you want us to search?
Search up, try Juan Hernandez, or not Juan Hernandez, whatever the fuck his name is. Maduro nephew, 800 keys, boom. Not actual keys, substance keys. You're welcome.
Oh, okay, so you want Maduro nephew, blank keys, and then what else? What else am I typing in?
Honestly, you'll probably find it, man. You'll probably find it.
I'll probably find it. Okay.
You'll know exactly. You'll easily find it.
Okay, here we go.
You better, okay.
What? Okay, great.
you
I've
already have it. You already looked at the website. It's
I've
purple.
I've been to
You've
this website.
seen
Do you
it
know how
already.
many? Do you know how many
You
times?
saw it
hey,
already.
hey, bud. Do you know how many
Oh
times?
my
Hey,
God,
bud.
dude.
Hey, bud. Hey, bud. Do you know how many times I've had to go over this
Okay.
case with multiple people
Sure,
over the
sure.
last 6 months?
We
You
all
idiot.
believe you. We all believe you. Now go on.
This link is 8
Go
years
onto the
old.
website. We all,
This link is 8 years old.
okay, sure. Doesn't have to do with anything.
What's that?
I can make a website in 2000. You can look at it today. It doesn't matter how old it is.
Here's my.
Are you stupid or dumb? Like, holy shit, click the link. What the fuck is going on here?
Click the link.
The one that you already clicked, pal.
No, I
Jesus
actually,
Christ.
I don't think that I will. Instead, what I'll do is I'll actually
Okay,
just show you.
okay.
I'll just show you my browser history that shows that I haven't visited that article at any point in time
All right.
anywhere
okay,
recently.
Okay.
So-
okay. But you've seen it already. But you've seen it. You've
Of
seen
course, I've seen it because.
It. Okay, good.
Of
good,
course,
good.
I've seen it
Okay,
because
now
of the
let's click
fact
it. Let's click it now.
because of
Let's
the
click it
fact
now.
that I've talked to idiots because I've talked to so many idiots like you that don't know the details of this case that presume to know the details of this case. So what is it about this case that you think that you know that you want to dunk on us with?
I don't know. Read it, man. Figure
No,
it out.
I'm not
don't
reading
know?
it for us. You know. What is it? What factoid in here is it that you think is a gotcha?
Excuse me?
Is it the connection to Hernandez where they mention Juan Hernandez in this article? Is that the thing that you think is a gotcha just because they mention Juan Hernandez in the article?
So you don't think it's a little suspicious that his nephew, right, is using his plane in a hangar that requires presidential access, right, with his guards that Maduro himself has to assign?
I don't really care.
You don't care. So now you don't care about facts. You claim to be this fact guy. Now you don't care about facts.
I wasn't aware that meant
You
that,
weren't aware.
I'm sorry.
You weren't aware of the facts.
I would no.
If you're not aware of the facts.
no.
you probably-
What I wasn't aware of,
probably
because
shouldn't
if
be
you
talking
wouldn't
about
let me finish the sentence, I wasn't
right,
aware of the fact that automatically means that Maduro is guilty. That's really weird because that doesn't fit any criminal standard anywhere in the world, as far as I'm aware. Unless the burden of proof in American justice system is suddenly dropped drastically that I wasn't aware of. But that's why I don't care.
You gotta
is
stop
because
muting
it doesn't
me, buddy.
actually.
You gotta stop muting
What
me.
was that? I couldn't hear you.
You gotta stop me.
Maybe if you weren't such a little bitch and you didn't
Oh, yeah.
keep talking over people.
Is that how you talk?
Is that how I talk to little
Girlfriend.
bitches like you? No, I would.
Girlfriends.
No, I would never talk to a woman.
Oh yeah.
I would
okay.
never talk to a woman in the way that
How
I
old
talk
are
to
you to have a
you.
girl?
I-
How old are you to have
I
a
would
girl
never talk to a woman in
How
the
many
way that I
divorces
talk
did it-
to you.
to get to now?
What's that?
How many divorces did it take to get?
Only one, but it
Okay.
was after I fucked your mom.
All right.
Did she swallow this time?
I just gave it to her in the face.
Mm. If only she did it the first time. Maybe he wouldn't be around.
Inshallah. Oh, and by the way, I am actually blocking you this time. Come back on your other account. There's no point. There's absolutely no fucking point in talking to that person. So, and for anyone who's curious, 100%, I double check things occasionally while we're talking. Absolutely, I fucking do. Of course I do. I double checked that I was correct about the amount of time that Juan Hernandez went to prison for, and I was double checking that I was correct on the amount of substances that he was put away for, because I just want to make sure that I'm saying the correct things, because we say a lot of things and we put a lot of facts in our heads, and I just want to make sure that I am saying the correct things. So yeah, like I Googled Juan Hernandez after I said that, and I was like, did I say the right thing? Yeah, I said the right thing. Sometimes I say the wrong thing, and that's when I'll come back to you guys and I'll be like, hey guys, I'm sorry. What it actually was X, Y, and Z, because I'm like fact checking myself in real time. That's generally what I'm doing. Just FYI. So I have no problem admitting to all of you that I oftentimes will pull up a browser window and look at some shit. So I don't know. If that bothers you, Trump supporters, that I'm fact checking myself in real time, I don't know. Get the fuck over it. But
I mean, the broader claim doesn't really make sense, right? So, okay, Hernandez agreed to provide information or cooperate and was pardoned secretly, of course. Like that never came out. And then he has the power to what with Maduro? It doesn't make sense.
Make sense. No. It doesn't make sense at all. And I really and truly want to impress this upon everybody, because I have asked this question of her multiple times. Cooperation agreements are almost always before there is a judgment. So before a plea deal happens and before somebody goes to trial, because the government wants to see what you have. The government is basically like in a game of, it pretends like a game of poker. The government is like, lay your cards down. We're not going to lay our cards, but like lay your cards down. We're going to look at your cards and then we're going to tell you what we'll give you. That's how it works. It's really just that fucking simple. And then they come back, and there might be some negotiation. There might not be. And then that's it. That's the cooperation. Then they strike a plea deal, and that's how it works. If somebody goes to jail for 40 years, they didn't have anything. They didn't cooperate. They didn't have anything to give up. And maybe, on occasion, they can use someone like a lower-level guy who's been clipped. Maybe they can get them back into the organization and they can try to do something with them after the fact. Sometimes, but you can't do that with Hernandez, the kingpin of the operation, the former president of Honduras. Everybody who knows who he is, who's in prison for 40 years. No one's talking to him anymore. No one's like, this is all the secret shit that we're doing, which, by the way, every single phone call and every single piece of correspondence that goes in and out of a U.S. prison, whether that is electronic or not, every single one, unless it's with your lawyer, is read by the feds. Period. The end. Every phone call, every transcript, all of it. There is no chance that they're passing information back and forth to him that the U.S. government doesn't already know. There is no cooperation. It's not happening. Trump just pardoned this guy. Anyways. For a bribe. Almost certainly for a bribe. Probably. So, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, there's no coincidence that Juan Hernandez was the former president of Honduras, and Honduras is where, what's it called? It's not Praxis, it's the other one.
Wait, say that again?
It's like the town that's run by tech billionaires. It's Praxis is the one that they want in Greenland. Fuck, what's the name of it? It's not Paradise. God damn it.
No.
What is it called?
As soon as you say it, I'll but I know. 6-6
Prospera. That's
Prospera.
it. Thank you.
6-6 breathing. If you say Nemo, you're slow, and you spell your YOUR, bud.
Fucking A.
I mean, the cell phone is just chef's kiss. I mean, yowzer. Amazing. Once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. We've got just about 900 people over here on the TikTok side. So come on up. Let's see who we got here.
Democrats think the kidnappers and taken are the good guys. Weren't they Albanian? Nah.
Doesn't make sense. Captain Jack, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump? No, that was a mistake. Looking at that profile picture, I'm just sure that was a mistake.
Speaking of Albania, pull up the Albanian flag.
Okay.
I'm a total nerd, so vexillology is like a thing for me. And for those that don't know what that means, it means I love flags. The Albanian flag looks like the flag of a evil villain enterprise. I don't know. Like, look at that, man. It's like if you just casting call, we need a logo or a flag for a evil organization. Boom. Right there.
It is pretty that's pretty bad. I mean, in terms of like if you were gonna like
what in the Game of Thrones? Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like you see somebody like marching through like Westeros like with that on like a banner like in front of a bunch of troops or something. Yeah, for sure.
Right.
Yeah. Damn, dude. Oh, now I can't unsee that. Darkness, did you vote for Donald Trump? I've invited you on mute there.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I did.
Okay. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
San Antonio, Texas, 92. I'm 33.
Oh, okay. Do you want to discuss with us one of the subjects that we have above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
Honestly, I came in because, one, I wanted to talk to the fucking crazy dude that was just on a little earlier. There were maybe 10 to 20% of what he's talking about, like, kind of had some points, but everything else, he was jumping around. He didn't know what he was talking about. I just wanted to clarify some things with him, but then he disappeared. I was like, what the fuck? But, no, I just kind of started watching y'all because, one, I did vote for him. I'm kind of in the middle. I'm not a hard right. But honestly, I kind of saw both sides kind of a little crazy. And let me get straight out. I really don't like Donald Trump's personality. There's probably only like 60 to 70% of what he did I kind of agree with. I don't agree with how he did it, though, for a lot of things in his presidency. But besides that, I just wanted to have a conversation. Like, honestly, when that other guy, I think I came in one or two guys previously. The previous guy, like, wow, what the fuck?
Yeah, he was a little bit of a pissant.
Yeah.
So
he couldn't talk. Like, he just literally, he just wanted to make his point, didn't care about talking over people, and didn't want to have a conversation like the other guy was saying. It's just like, dude, just I understand you have disagreements and you get heated, but talk. That's fine if you're upset, but just, you know.
So how are you feeling about I guess the administration at this point?
Temperature control. I guess with Minnesota, Venezuela, things going down with Iran and everything like that. Honestly, if you're talking about short term, not very. But if you're talking about long term, if you look over the course of the history of the United States, worldwide, social economics, politics in general, we're barely like at 70% of an issue, 60% of an issue. We're not like the hottest button issue right now. Things are uncomfortable because it's a new change. It's not exactly radical in anything that's been different in the last like 100 years, 80 years, 60 years. It's like every 10 or 15 years, there's always a social economic issue. There's always a political issue. There's always a religious issue. Like seriously, just since like usually around since the 40s or 50s, after the wars and everything happened, the whole entire United States, the worldwide changed. We moved away from gold standard. Religious came a main hot button issue in the Middle East. A lot of practices changed in the United States. You know, just like after that, it just kind of like I'm just saying long term, we're not as hot as everybody wants to believe because our belief is only so short term of people who are acting up in it right now. Because like people are upset about it because someone got shot. It's like, okay, maybe they didn't have the right or whatever, that lady who got shot with her car, whatever. Like, and then more information's coming out, and people make it so hard about politics. Though it's like, dude, someone's trying to do their job. He may or may not try to get run over. Okay, can we discuss about that? Like, oh no, fuck it, she's a crazy bitch. Or like, oh no, fuck him, he's a asshole. He shouldn't be there. He doesn't have the rights. It's like, dude, it's the guy trying to do his job. He has a right because he's pulling over in a federal charge, or he has like a federal mandate he has to complete, and stuff like that. And it's just like there's a bunch of things where it's just like it goes up in the air. People get heated. They can't actually have a conversation about anything, and it's just I don't know. It's just I feel like people get wound up by media. They feel like they get wound up emotionally by their friends, by their community, and it's just like they actually can't sit down and talk and communicate. They can't actually talk with their friends or family about politics without people getting heated. Like I can't, like even with like my grandma or with my uncle, whatever, like they were having issues with like, oh, Trump shouldn't have been able to take another president out of another country because it's like, oh, what right does he have? Even though there were sanctions on him, even though EU and other countries didn't recognize him as president and everything, are like, oh, like he's just grabbing power, he's grabbing oil. It's like, yeah. And they were upset that I even agreed, like, with the point. Like, I was going to make an issues or saying he probably wasn't doing that. And it's like, of course he is. What do you think he's doing? Are you going to, like, as a president, it's like a game. Well, would you let your political opponents, like, have some influence in your country through another country, getting resources for, like, quarter of the price?
Hold on, man. Okay, so I'm gonna stop you there. Okay. You're saying that it's people who are getting upset and wound up because of media or people in their community. What about the people who are just upset and concerned about the fact that they're seeing the erosion of fundamental constitutional rights happening in this country in real time?
Give me an example. Well, I know they're the right example. Let's just like narrow it down a little bit.
Okay, well, what happened to Renee Good on January 7th is a perfect example of that, because what you just said is fundamentally incorrect. That federal ICE agent, you can just state this without being emotional about it in any way, manner, shape, or form. That ICE agent had no business being there, and those ICE agents had no jurisdiction to pull her out of her car and demand that she comply, because they weren't in the process of an actual operation. They were only on that street because of the fact that one of their vehicles had gotten stuck, and other vehicles were able to go around her car, which means that even if you don't like the fact that she was partway sticking into one lane of a 2-lane road, vehicles could go around her. The only people that could stop a U.S. citizen and pull her out of her car would be the police or the Minnesota, I don't know what their state troopers are, what they're called, but they're state troopers, state police, whatever that may be. FBI could do that, but not all federal agents can pull people out of a car. Right?
Then let's do that. Then let's start at that argument. Let's start at the initial stage.
Yep.
Let's say, hey, between how many cars are there of federal cars? Where it was like 2 or 3 federal cars coming in and they're on their way somewhere else. It wasn't in the middle of an operation. They had no mandate where it's just like, hey, you're interrupting something. You're bothering us. It's like, no, you're between the cars, interrupting traffic between our step of either going somewhere to maybe initiate something, but we're not in the middle of something, right?
But except they weren't. In fact, Kristi Noem herself said that they were done for the day, and that was a vehicle that was stuck in the snow. So we know for a fact that that's not the case. We know for a fact that the vehicles were able to go around her. In fact, the guy who unalived her, his truck went right around her car. And then he pulled up next to her and got out. So they had no probable cause. And you need probable cause or a warrant if you're going to be ICE, because who does ICE have jurisdiction over?
No, good argument.
No, it's not an argument, sir. It's just, see, this is what I'm saying.
I know, but
that's the law. That's the law, and that's the Constitution. So when you say, hey, people are getting upset about this, it's because we have a Gestapo police force that is wearing masks, not identifying themselves, and now unaliving U.S. citizens when they're constitutionally not supposed to.
I know, but okay, like, it doesn't mean they had no reason to be there. You just said they just got done with the operation and they were leaving, and she was basically in between of them leaving.
And and none of that matters because they had no reason to stop her because they could go around her car. There is a reason that they partner with local law enforcement.
Okay, the initial case leading up to it, fine. Maybe they were in the wrong. Yep. At most, they would probably get a fine or they get a slap on the wrist. Like, why were you even interrupting this traffic stop that was in your jurisdiction?
What they could have done is, if they really wanted to, call local police and cite her for being part of the way in the road. I don't know.
I agree with that. But the thing is, you can't make the argument already after the incident happened. Like, I know, like, okay, you shouldn't have done that. But during the thing, it's like, okay, what is she trying to do? We don't know the intentions of her when she started driving.
It doesn't matter.
We didn't know the intention. We're going to find out the intentions.
Here's the thing:
is
that that's great. I'm going to stop you because the Supreme Court has already said that doesn't matter. The Supreme Court has already said in multiple cases that that's not the thing that actually matters. What matters is, what is the officer doing? Is the officer putting himself in harm's way? Because if you put yourself in harm's way and then use deadly force, you're not allowed.
Have a reasonable suspicion that she would actually move the car at any reasonable point when she was already stopped.
Absolutely, because in CBP's own manual, in their very own manual, they actually address this very specific situation. And they do so because their training is super specific about it. And so this is in Customs and Border Patrol use of force policy in their manual. You can read this yourself. Section 4500-002A. And I quote, Chapter 1, General Guidelines, Section C, Use of Safe Tactics. Number 2, except where otherwise required by inspections or other operations, other authorized officers' agents should avoid standing directly in front of or behind a subject vehicle. Officers' agents should not place themselves in the path of a moving vehicle or use their body to block a vehicle's path. 3, authorized officers or agents should avoid intentionally and unreasonably placing themselves in positions in which they have no alternative to using deadly force.
So his intention before all this hit off, he was recording around the vehicles, I guess, for maybe an incident report to make sure to protect himself and whatever he's going to do. Then he came to the front to where his car was, right? Did he try to go back to the driver's side? Like, he was trying to go back to the front? Because you said he pulled out in front of her and he could have left at any time. The guy who was intentionally with the camera. Isn't that where his vehicle was, at the front of her vehicle?
It was to the side of her vehicle. Well,
So
to
you would
the
have to
front
go to the-
front side, the right front side. I don't know, however you want to term it, but yeah, I mean, sure.
Yeah, I know she was. I know. Okay, so at most, I would say he has maybe a 30% chance in law for him to actually get this either a slap, dismiss, or he voluntarily retires and comes back in another organization. Because what you're saying is right, but the thing is, not every protocol can be followed in every instance.
Absolutely. Stop.
Yeah.
100% could have been followed in this instance. The Supreme Court has already said in multiple situations that it is 100% on the officer to not place themselves in you can't be an officer-induced jeopardy, which is exactly what he did. He did not follow protocol. He didn't do any of the things that he was supposed to do. I shouldn't have been trying to rip that woman out of her car. There was really absolutely no justification
trying to
for
rip her out, though.
except for the fact that doesn't matter. We're talking about the fact that ICE as a collective whole and those officers were working as a collective whole, right? So it doesn't really matter. And then him on top of it doing all of the things wrong. And then we could also point out to you that he even fired the first shot when he was already to the left of the vehicle.
Didn't they already come out with the clip where he got clipped on the leg? That's why his leg was lifted up and he turned?
Nope.
It showed from his video. It was when he either bumped it with his hand and then his left leg got lightly clipped. But the thing is, I know this for a fact, he did have his gun out by the time she was already going forward. She backed up, he had his gun out already, and then by the time she did hit him.
Which is another huge red flag and something that you should never do, because guess what you're not allowed to do based on their own materials? You are not allowed to use deadly force to stop a fleeing suspect.
Yeah, I would only say at the federal level, actually, because in that state, it was actually legally allowed, I think, back since 2019.
Actually, what the law that you're citing, law that you're citing, which is the one that Governor Tim Walz signed into law, except it actually says in there that there has to be a reasonable exception. In fact, we can go in and look at the exact law, because it actually says the exact same thing, is that you can't just put yourself in harm's way.
Corner a rat,
exactly, which is exactly what he did. You can't stand in front of a car and pull out your pew-pew and then wait for the person to drive forward and then start shooting. You can't do that. The Supreme Court has said that now on multiple occasions. They've literally said you can't do that.
So as far as like the Minnesota law that you're referring to, so it's section 2 of it. So the use of deadly force. So notwithstanding the provisions of section 609, the use of deadly force by a peace officer in the line of duty is justified only if an objectively reasonable officer would believe, based on the totality of the circumstances known to the officer at the time and without the benefit of hindsight, that such force is necessary. 1, to protect the peace officer or another from death or great bodily harm, provided that the threat, sub 1, can be articulated with specificity, is reasonably likely to occur absent action by the law enforcement officer, and must be addressed through the use of deadly force without unreasonable delay. Or 2, to the effect to effect the arrest or capture or prevent the escape of a person whom the peace officer knows or has reasonable grounds to believe has committed or attempted to commit a felony, and the officer reasonably believes that the person will cause death or great bodily harm to another person under the threat criteria in clause 1, items 1, 2, unless immediately apprehended. So peace officer will or shall not use deadly force against the person based on the danger the person poses to self, if an objectively reasonable officer would believe, based on the totality of circumstances, the person does not pose a threat of death or great bodily harm to the peace officer or to another under the threat of criteria in paragraph blah blah blah. It's a lot of legalese, but basically, like, it's got to be objectively reasonable, right?
Yeah, and it's
Um,
usually it has to be a state or an actual officer of the state, not a
Right.
federal officer. Yeah.
I mean, and that's a good point, right? So yeah, I'm assuming that this would not necessarily apply to
Well,
ICE because they're
the reason
federal,
the
right?
law is put in place is because it's good reasoning. Reasoning can be applied to anything, but it's technically still only a state law, or at least a city law, whatever its mandate is. But
Right.
it depends if it depends if they even would allow that. But like, yeah, the only reason I would bring it up is just because of vehicle can be used as a weapon, but it also depends. Like, they have to get the exact timing down. I bet I saw like maybe 6 or 7 different videos of him in front, him going oof, his phone hitting the top of the car, and then him shooting by the time it bumps. I don't know if it would like, and it could just be like his knee literally got bumped out of the way. Because literally, I would say maybe about 3/4, 4/5 of his body was outside of the vehicle's actual front. When she pulled back, she cleared most of his body, and it was like, I don't, because at that point, then it's just like, okay, when is the use of legal force or deadly force allowed into what bodily harm? Because like you said, like even in the law, it's just like it has to be grievous bodily harm or very like, hey, like literally my arm was stuck between the door jamb and she's trying to pull off, she's gonna rip my arm off. You know, it's like it has to be intentional. Like, and you don't know the intentions until after the fact, or at least you get them.
Right. So one court case that I found out about recently is that, to your point about vehicles being considered a deadly weapon, they are, but only if they're moving fast, right? If they're slow moving, then they're not. They're not considered a deadly weapon.
Oh,
just by
so only
themselves.
one in motion, not startup.
Well,
I don't know. I don't know if there's a distinction of either stop vehicle or starting vehicle. I know there is. I've seen that before. I've seen that where it's just actually one vehicle in motion past a certain like thing. It's like it can be considered. Like I think like in a school zone, if vehicles, that's why they have that in school zones. It's like if it's less than like 10 or 15, it can't be. I think it can't be intentioned as in purposeful like endangerment or something like that of trying to harm someone. Unless it was for malicious use or whatever. Then it's just like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you're like nudging someone with the end of your vehicle. You're scaring the shit out of people. They don't know your intention.
So like the vehicle was ultimately slow moving at the point that it could have potentially made contact with him, which it, to me, I've
But the
looked
thing
at
is, you know
all,
what?
I've looked at all the
and-
videos, and
And the
it-
only caveat I would give him, and this is the only caveat I would give him, it's like everything happened within like 1 to 2 seconds. It wasn't like from the point where she pulled back and he was shooting and she was driving forward.
And listen, I understand what you're saying, and
Yeah.
and as a human being, you're like, yeah, but
They shouldn't have been there in the first place. I get
but
it.
no,
After the
no,
fact, like, they
actually,
should have
no,
reported it.
no. I actually, what I was going to say is, in May of this year, Barnes v. Felix was a Supreme Court case that was recently decided on, and they, in fact, in that case, said that even though there was a small period of time that an officer had to make a decision in, it was like they were like talking about 2 to 5 seconds that an officer had to make a decision, and it was involving a slow-moving vehicle also, by the way. And they ruled that the officer was in the wrong, basically. It's a little bit more complicated than that. I'm not saying it's exactly the same thing, but the Supreme Court has gone to say, like, if you put yourself in that position, like, it's not an excuse. It's really interesting because the Supreme Court, ever since the Garner decision in 1985, they've really just actually, and this came this year. This is May of 2020. This past year, May of 2025. So this is on a conservative court. They have really affirmed over and over and over again that the onus is very much on the officer using the deadly force, and even in the whole thing is like it's almost always a split-second decision, and it's on them. So I'm not taking away from the fact that we're human beings and we're looking
you
at
get
it and
scared,
going, and you
he's
get
having a reaction.
We're not saying that that's not the case, but they're saying you're an officer of the law, you're trained, you're held to this standard, and so No,
Actually,
that's not
even
an
more as a
excuse.
federal officer, because don't only state or police officers, they only have like 6 months of training. Federal officers actually have more stringent training where they go like every 6 months. Like you have to be
It's
up to date on this constantly.
it's funny you mentioned that. So there's
Hmm.
there was some reporting on this at the time. Former ICE guy, he was like the head of ICE, the director of ICE, or some shit. He commented on the fact that the quote unquote wartime recruitment that was going on with ICE,
Yeah, where
under the
they're
Trump
just like
administration.
mass import, like a mass import of like, hey, come on, come in, like, yeah,
Yeah.
let's get over here.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
the Trump administration had said, "Oh, we gotta get them," and so part of that was they lowered requirements. They also shortened training time.
Oh
And
my
the guy had said
God.
this is well before anything popped off. This was like earlier in 2025. He had said that's dangerous. That is going to
No,
get
yeah,
someone
that's the
hurt.
same issues we have with city and state police, where it's just like they have low amount of training. People don't trust them with guns. That's why they want the non-lethal option for a lot of city and state police. It's like, hey, like we've been shot at enough times where people get trigger finger. It's like in honestly the human element, like how you said, I get it. You're scared, but it's like as a police officer and that kind of thing, you have to be used to the fact that you may get shanked. You may get shot at. You may try to get potentially ran over, and you can't be twitchy about everything, you know. And it's
Yeah.
the fact, and I can get it. And like the thing is, but you don't find that out until there is an incident, and that kind of sucks. Like, and that
Now,
was the fact that it was just like in federal training, where it's just like, hey, they do psych evaluations before you start, during your starting, every incident, and like that. And most of the time, like fucking, I've heard stories for people who are cops and whatever, they dodge the shit out of like any incident reports. They try to make sure they do the bare minimum because their wages get garnished, they get put on leave, forced leave, and they can't do their job, and it's just like all the shit. And so they'll actually sometimes lie to the psych evaluators, like, no, I don't have issues, I don't have nightmares, I don't have anxiety from this last issue. It's like, what the fuck?
well, but also in the case of the guy who actually did the shooting, he had been with CBP in some way, shape, or form for 10 years. Well,
Mm.
over 10 years. He had been since I think at least 2014. So he
So
wasn't
he's
always
not
with
new.
ICE, but he was like on
Yeah,
somewhere in
he's not
CBP.
new to the environment. So there was like, yeah, it's starting to become less and less. There was actual excuse for what he did as
Right.
as the incident report. Yeah, because it's like, okay, look, you have a previous training, you have previous kind of inclination, at least towards this environment. Why are you messing up? I would say that depending on his mood and then how long he's been at this and then how afraid he is from it, like maybe, but that's not even at that point. At that point, that's self-help. That's self-help or health in general, which is like, hey, me evaluating myself, I need to talk to my sergeant in command. I need to tell him like, hey, I'm having issues, this, that, like that. And when you don't bring that up, that's more of your fault because it's you. It's like it's the same thing for your service pistol. You don't come up and tell your fucking commanders like, hey, I'm having issues with my gun until you're out in the field. It's like, oh, it jammed. It was having that issue last week, a month ago, a year ago.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you doing? Like, I get it.
So, the fact that this guy has had, let's say 10 years of experience, there's not really an excuse for him to do what he did. Getting pushed on by a car, because I've looked at the video
Yeah.
I've looked at so many different angles and I've looked as close as I can, and it really doesn't look like he gets hit at all. Like it looks like the car and his body may have, I guess, made contact, but that's kind of like me, touching a
Yeah, that's
door
why I said, like,
as
4/5 of
a
his body
car
was
slowly
outside the
goes
vehicle.
by.
Yeah.
It's not there's no meaningful like serious impact on his body. I mean, we know that because he continued to stand and then proceeded to chase after the car to get 2 more shots in and then walked away.
Yeah, and I know, and
and-
some people are saying there's like bruising now, and I haven't seen shit yet. The most I've seen is maybe his leg got jerked to the side, but like I said, 4/5 of his body was outside the vehicle's actual
Yeah.
hit point, and I was like, I don't know how much got hit. At most, his jeans got dirt up and scuffed, and maybe he has a light bruising on his thigh. I didn't see his leg get kicked back. I saw him like lift up his leg, like, but that looked like he was just turning on one leg.
Yeah. So even if we,
I know, but like it's not justified. At that point, it's just like at most she brushed against you, and at that point, it's just like, hey, this isn't your jurisdiction, and no one really got bodily harmed, and like the blood wasn't drawn, and it's like you probably should call local state police. You already took a picture around their vehicle, and you should leave it up to them. They're impeding traffic, they're endangerment of either to themselves or others, and it's just like, you should.
yeah. I mean, like the truth is that the reason why he did what he did is because Renee Good's wife got under his skin. She said
I can see
something
that.
that got under his skin,
And I don't know.
He wanted
did
to
y'all-
punish them.
Yeah, did you see, like, because I was seeing some new shit. I don't even know if, like I said, fucking both sides are fucking crazy. I heard some shit like she had her kid and her wife, whatever, was harming her kid. Like, and that was why she didn't have her kid with her.
No,
I was
no,
hearing horrible
no,
shit.
no,
I was
no,
like,
no, 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 no.
no, I don't
That
want to
was,
propagate
I know,
that
I know.
false.
I'm gonna stop you right there.
Yeah.
That was a Twitter post.
Oh,
That
okay.
was not only immediately flagged as misinformation because it had her birth date wrong by 8 years, but it
Mhm.
had her in the mugshot wearing the same shirt that she was wearing when she was unalived in that video. So
Oh, okay.
they immediately pegged it. I want to say real quick. Thank you, by the way. I needed to miss this one. Thank you to Pat on the Green app. It's I hate this moron. It was the previous guest.
Oh, yeah,
not you.
I know the other guy
Uh,
irritated the shit out of me too.
And thank you to Tammy on the Blue app. Tammy is asking. She wants to ask you, the guest, to try to not over talk other people while they're talking. So she said. So
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I have like, because the reason I do that, and I'm sorry, I if I do interrupt me, that's fine. I have ADHD, so usually when I get a point across, I have to finish it. If not, like I lose that point and I start talking about whatever people are talking
it's
about.
all right, man. I'll also have it too. It's fine. I understand. It's all good. It was just I'm just reading the messages as we get them. But no, that was just proven to be immediately both. That was just an attempted smear campaign. It's just all of these different things because they have to do everything that they can to try and make
I know
it.
both.
But here's the thing. I really want to tie this back into what you originally came up to talk about, right?
Yeah.
This is why people are getting actually viscerally upset, is because they're seeing things like this and going, why did an American citizen, a mother, why did she have to die? And if the answer is she didn't need to die at the hands of a masked Gestapo-type police force, that the Vice President of the United States came out and said that they have, quote, absolute immunity, which I didn't know that law enforcement officers in this country couldn't be held accountable for their actions. That was news to me.
Are they treating it like a federal thing, like actual like CIA and FBI, where it's just like, hey, you can't interrupt the process. If you do, you're at fault. We're not.
They've shut Minnesota out of the investigation. Isn't that surprising? They only want the feds investigating it. They won't let the Minnesota Bureau of Investigation, which I don't know exactly.
I
was
think
in
about that.
Minnesota. I forget what their bureau is called, but they won't let them touch any of the evidence. Go do the crime scene stuff. They won't let them do anything.
Yeah, Minnesota asked to like, hey, if we can't cooperate, at least can you like pass us the information so we can do our investigation? Yeah.
And so maybe one day that they will, but who knows if that'll be all of the information or all of the information undoctored. But my point is this. My point is, when you're like, why are people getting so mad? Why is this happening? Where is this emotion coming from? I think that if you're an American and you care about our constitutional rights, this is a thing that on some level should make you mad, because you have rights. I have rights. We all have constitutional rights, and there's a reason why we have those rights, and we're not supposed to just go, well, we'll just not worry about some of those rights. We'll just give up some of those rights to the government. That's not what's supposed to happen. So I think, to answer your original question, this is why people are mad, my friend.
Yeah, I can like I said, like I already knew, like most likely he is either going to lose his job, or
He's
I
not
would
gonna
hope
lose
he
his
loses
job.
his job.
He's not going to lose his job. He's not going to lose shit. The feds are going to pin a medal on him. Have you heard what Kristi Noem has said? What JD Vance has said? Like, you think that Pam Bondi is going to do something? Like, these people, they're going to pin a medal on the guy. They're going to trot him out. I bet you he's going to talk at Nemo. What's coming up next? Is it going to be CPAC? The CPAC this spring is probably CPAC. I guarantee you. Mark my words. We've got 1,000 people between here and the tube. I guarantee you, Jonathan Ross is going to talk at one of them, but whatever it is, CPAC or whatever it is. He's not going to get a punishment. He's going to be the next Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah, like unfortunately, MAGA is turning him into like a Derek Chauvin type figure, which is ironic. But like they are backing him, 100%, and
that's kind of disgusting, because that's the same thing that they do in police work. Like, because I've heard from several people where it's just like, hey, like even if like 80% of the police force finds it disgusting, and then like 10 or 15% are like, oh, we're neutral, shit happens, and the other people, like, there's like 5% that agree with them. It's just like you present a united front. It's the same thing they do on fucking everything, because it fractures internally. And that's why actually, like in police investigations where they have internal investigation cops, whatever, like, dude, I've heard horror stories. Like, literally, they are outcast in almost every organization because they drudge up internal politics. They go over what's your political affiliation with everybody. Everybody gets antsy because anything can be investigated under. It's like, oh, well, we're looking for this cop, but it's just like, we just found in your organization, like, 5% of your cops are racist and 10% are sexist. And then we found like maybe there's like 5% of their cops that are maybe stealing items from the inventory in the jail or whatever, or prisons or whatever, or at the station. And it's like, so that's like, it's a united kind of thing. And I always found that fucking disgusting too.
Yeah. I mean, like, this is ironically what leads to things like ACAB, right? Is that people see ACAB and they're like, wait, but there are good cops. Are there individuals who are cops who are not evil? Yes.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the police force as a whole, the practice is like the whole thin blue line thing, right? Like they are going to, or the blue wall of silence. Like, there is going to be a united front on any type of police related thing. And at that point you're complicit. And if you're complicit, like, okay, I mean, yeah, you're kind of allowing it to continue, and okay, yeah, ACAB makes sense. And in the case of ICE, I mean, it's that, but also MAGA is just cheering it on, and it's going to lead to more Americans losing their lives. And I mean, there's one tonight where somebody was, well, they haven't died, but they were hit in the leg. And I mean, this is a country where there are 350 million people and 500 million firearms. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, and I get that.
And if
I'm
it
in
happens,
Texas.
I can't feel sympathy. I cannot find it in me to feel sympathy for them. I just can't, because of the sheer evil that they have wrought upon us and how it's been cheered on, and how MAGA is just, woo, yeah, you shouldn't have been in the wrong, fuck it, yeah. And I cannot, I can't do it. I cannot fine.
Are you talking about
Empathy.
specifically people like, oh, get rid of all illegals? Like, but let's like put aside to like ICE right now and what they're doing. Like, what's the disagreement with the illegal? Like either coming in, staying. Is it job opportunity? Is it economics? Like, do you agree or disagree that illegals should be here?
So, I mean, like my stance on it is pretty much, if you're not breaking the law, like if you're not hurting anyone, and you have been here for however many years, right? Because that's ultimately what we're dealing with at this point. I mean, yeah, at that point, all right, fuck it, like you're here. Like if you've been here for 10 years or something crazy like that, and you don't have a record.
But at that point, it's just like, I would think like because there were some issues with that I saw like that where they're like, hey, you've been here for 10, 20, 30 years. Why haven't you tried to apply? Like it's obvious, like, okay, like you want a better opportunity, either better economics, better healthcare, maybe the social political issues in your country sucked. Like, believe me, I'm not saying America is great, but like, holy shit, like we're better than bare minimum in some other countries. I'm not saying the majority of them.
Yeah, like the answer to that is one, the cost, right? It costs a shit ton of money, dude. I immigrated the right way, like the legal way.
Proper
I immigrated
channel,
to the
like
UK.
5 or 10 years.
Well, so I had married a British citizen,
Yeah.
and so that is like the easy way to immigrate somewhere, right? And even then, it cost thousands of dollars for me to move my happy ass there, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about plane tickets and stuff. I'm talking about just paperwork.
Yeah.
So
Forms
it's
and
crazy.
shit. Yeah.
So and that is my turbo white ass doing it to turbo white country, the UK, right? And I'm married and I'm doing it the right way.
Okay.
Or I guess like the easy legal way, right? But whenever you're trying to go about it the right way in the US, of just like, hey, I would like to move to your country. How can I please apply for permanent residency status here? That costs a ridiculous amount of money, like a crazy amount of money, right? So, I mean, it doesn't surprise me that happens because it costs a lot. That's one. Number two is if you go somewhere in the U.S. and say, hey, I want to apply for residency
Asylum
or for
or
a green card, they're going to be like,
Yeah.
wait, what? What do you mean you don't have a green card right now? What are you talking about?
How do you
Like,
get in the country?
Exactly. You, at that point, you become like you're on their radar.
Yeah,
And-
I think you have to go like to certain facilities. You get kind of locked down in somewhere. It's not ideal for people, and sometimes most of the time you probably just get kicked out of the country. And it's like it depends
Yes.
on the mood of the person who you're talking to. It's like, okay, you're not supposed to do here. Maybe you can move to this city or state. It's like, well, that city or state is fucking 10 states over, and that's going to cost me $300, $600, $800 for me to even get on a bus, not including my shit that I have to sell if I already kind of set up station here.
Yeah.
So I get that. It's a logistics issue. Like I help my dad with construction, so I understand that issue. But okay,
Yeah.
so let's say those are hard issues. What about the soft issues? Like, because I know some people were bringing up, besides economics, it's like, hey, how much do illegals affect a city's social economics? Where like if it's a big city, maybe not so much. Maybe there's some issues with gas, food, healthcare, traffic, whatever. So it's like maybe these are kind of more soft issues in bigger cities where it's just like the issue is negligible. It's probably the same amount as tourists coming to the city yearly, but it's on top of what tourists do. So it's just like, okay, you can kind of make a point where it's just like illegals are an issue for these major cities because the resources and dedication to them supplies this up and down trend of people coming in and out in the first place. So it's like it's not too bad. What about like small cities? Because I know there were several small cities around Texas and outside of it where it's just like these cities were like maybe about 10,000 in population, and it doubled over the course of 6 months.
I mean, so as far as
And then, but I'm just saying for like social and economic issues where it's just like, hey, suddenly gas is twice as much. Well, we're not counting twice as much. Probably like 30 to 40% increase. Not everyone's gonna have a car when they come in,
That
or food, or
but folks, I got folks who are undocumented. They're not going to affect the price of gas. coming. That's not going to happen.
Okay, well, let's say like specifically not gas then. We'll talk about health or food or actual space to live.
I mean, as far as like the housing market or something, I don't expect that there would be like some dramatic increase. Would there?
But that's houses off the
would there
market
be
for young people coming up, though, right?
Well, so it the way that you're looking at it, it doesn't really like it sounds like that's how it would work, but it in practice that's not actually how it works because the way that you're looking at it is well, city A has a finite amount of resources, right? Like a finite amount of space, a finite amount of whatever. And so if the population in city A doubles and the resources stay the same, naturally the costs for those resources should increase. That's is that fair to say that's kind of like how you're looking at it?
Not completely, because I know they don't go up right away. It's just a certain percentage per year, and then slowly it kind of inclines towards that way. So I say over the course, like it's not immediate. Like say it's not like okay, in the same year.
Well, no, I'm not even saying immediate. I'm not even saying immediate.
Okay.
I'm just saying in general.
Eventually, like yeah, within like 3 to 5 years, it's like hey, the population used to be like 12,000. Now we're at like 2,800, and half of these are undocumented. Other ones are like they married in, and over the course of like 5 or 10 years, like they have marriage status. Like eventually there is marriage, and these people like you become technically illegal, or at least their kids do, and then like it's just like okay, like we're gonna have to work with that or just ignore it. So
yeah,
I
I mean,
that.
so the as far as like what you're describing, ultimately that's population, right? That's people, and
but only if they contribute to the population, though. That's
the
the
thing.
thing.
Absolutely would, right? So I mean,
well, like on taxes though, like they can't really submit a lot of taxes. No.
Well, no. So that's the thing. That there's common misconceptions whenever it comes to undocumented immigrants, right? So one of the common misconceptions is that they don't pay taxes. And that's not actually true.
I'm not saying like none, but like yeah, I get it. I know what you're talking about.
Well, no. Not even that. I'm not even doing the whole like, well, actually they pay sales tax. I'm not even saying that. Yeah. I'm saying taxes to the federal government in the form of like income tax or some shit like that. They absolutely do through I-10 numbers. So ITIN. Actually, it's I-10 because it's individual tax identification number. So I-10. Basically, that is effectively a social security number without the social security part, more or less. Does that make sense? Like it's a way for the government to track you, for if for whatever reason you are not eligible for social security. It's a way for them to do tax shit, and so those are assigned oftentimes, and so they use that to pay taxes. Like that absolutely happens. Now, is there inevitably going to be work under the table? Sure. Yeah, that's going to happen. That's not going to be the majority. It just isn't, because like if you think about it, because again, on its surface, it makes sense because they would get paid in cash because you got to keep things on the low, and and
then besides like the 30% whatever, like they're gonna go get gas, they're paying for that, they go get food, they get water.
Not even that, but assume that
besides those taxes, I'm talking about like everyday taxes they can't avoid. It's just like taxes in general for working, taxes in general for healthcare, stuff like that.
Yeah, they pay taxes for that. That's what I'm saying. Is an I-10 is their way of paying taxes for that. So their I-10 is the number that they're going to use, and that the money is going to be associated with that number because it's treated like a social security number without also giving you access to social security. So bank account can be opened with that. Like for all intents and purposes, it is the same thing, right? So with that in mind, they would use that if they had to file taxes, right? Now, as far as like getting paid under the table, okay, that only kind of works. And it doesn't at a large scale because, like, let's assume that you have let's say you run a construction business. Let's say that you want to hire undocumented immigrants to do the construction work because they're fucking good at it and they're willing to work for below whatever the market wage is. Okay? So you do that. Now, here's the thing. You could pay them in cash, right? You, the person employing them, could pay them in cash. And then, all right, well, they're kind of off the hook as far as taxes go, right? Because it's in cash. Where'd it go? But you aren't. because now you have to explain, hey, where did all that money go that you had? Wait, like well,
After the business already paid taxes like twice, their
Yeah.
income, and then they're paying employee taxes.
exactly. Like you wouldn't be eligible for write-offs for like, well, hey, this is employee expense. Employee expenses for what? You don't have any employees. So like it ultimately wouldn't work at scale. And that might work if you only employ one person, but not when you employ 10 people, not when you have like a small business running, chugging along, right? So the idea that undocumented immigrants are getting paid under the table 100% of the time, and it's a widespread thing, and that's why they don't pay taxes, and it's terrible. That's not really how it works. The same thing is true for farming, right?
Yeah, but that's only
and-
applicable to, like you said, large organizations. But that's at the macro scale. And what about the micro? Like, it's okay, if it's only applicable to small organizations, mowing lawns, maybe construction crews, stuff like that, where it's just like their hands-on kind of help, whatever, and they don't really need a license, they don't really need an ID to do anything. It's just a hired help. Like, and when does the collective start harming in a collective way? Because if you're talking about the macro, where it's just like, okay, the individual is not such an issue in this organization if they're dodging taxes. It's like, what's their contribution? Maybe less than $8,000 a year in taxes on average. It's just, or less than that, where it's just like, they're probably not making that much income because they're not usually at high-end paying jobs. They're not going to be contributing large amount of taxes in the first place. Okay, then at what point and then at what scale does the low income and the high amounts do they contribute to the loss of taxes and the use of resources and the use of medical?
I guess what I'm saying is that at the macro level, because that's what I was kind of touching on, is like the macro level. At the macro level, like a farm, for example, right? Because a farm, that's going to employ hundreds of people, and so there is going to inevitably be a noticeable blank spot.
There's already laws that, like, they already have laws where they're like, we are hiring already outside of the United States where we can have people to work on farms. I thought there was already some laws on that specifically for farms, where it's just like we invite like 20 or 30 people or 100 people, depending on how big the farm is, where we can have illegals work on the farm.
Well, so that's the interesting thing. So what you're describing, that's the I'm gonna mispronounce it because I'm white. It's the Bracero program, and Bracero, I think, literally just means worker. But that existed under it had existed for decades and decades, right?
Wasn't it from the 80s or something?
Well, it existed under Eisenhower whenever Eisenhower did his massive deportation operation, but it had existed prior to that throughout like the Depression and World War II, and the logic was, hey, we drafted half the fucking country, we need workers, right? But also it existed basically up until, I want to say it was like the 80s or 90s. That's whenever this went away. And that's partially because people started getting really antsy about people coming here, working, and then going back.
Yeah, leaving resources. But didn't that also happen? Like, because I swear I wrote this in high school too. Fucking a while ago. They were talking about like how at the time in like the late 70s or 80s, it was basically everybody started transitioning from redneck jobs and blue collar jobs to white collar jobs. Everybody was like, okay, we're going to get education. And that's like how we got in a large spiral of debt into colleges, because it was basically, hey, the government, we're going to mandate this. And that was also the one reason a lot of our factories actually went overseas, is because like they were literally trying for, I think, like 10 or 20 years before that, like I think in the 60s or 70s.
Well, the reason that people started going into debt with college loans is, more people were going to college, but the main reason is because we started having the government pay less of college, and then college started charging more because because then there was then there's predatory lending practices. So that's why those are the reasons why.
like an idea.
I
like,
know that people were sold the idea of like going to college would
Like,
get
and
you
you can have a better- yeah.
job. And I'm not saying that more people going to college didn't contribute to that, but like the
Yeah.
primary thing that we can see the start of it was the 1980s when we started doing these insane student loans, and they've just gotten worse. And the only thing that's happened is colleges have gotten more expensive, and so that's the thing that's happened.
yeah,
But
prohibitively expensive.
but I'm just curious, like you hold this same energy that you're holding for undocumented people, and this tax burden and this thing you're trying. Do you hold the same energy for Elon Musk?
In what way? Because, like, honestly, Elon Musk is he's had a fucked up life. When I looked up into his history.
I don't care about his personal life. I'm saying, like, how much did Elon Musk get in government subsidies and contracts last year from us, the taxpayer? How much did he get from us?
I don't know that. I know he was awarded contracts from Biden and he was going to get something for the Cybertrucks, and it got canceled during Trump's term.
He was given contracts. He was given contracts by both Republicans and Democrats. I'm not saying that this is just a Republican thing. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying,
no, that's not what I'm saying either. I know
so,
it's on both.
But call it it's just a little over $10 billion. $10 billion. Do you know how much Tesla paid in effective federal tax in 2024? Because those are the most recent numbers that we have.
Probably less than that, because they do that fucking we owe a certain amount of the company to a bank, whatever, and so a certain amount of our resources is actually owned by us, so we pay less taxes. They do that fucking.
They paid zero, and we have numbers on Elon Musk personally, not from 2024, but from previous years, that Elon Musk effectively pays an 8 to 10% federal tax rate. Our federal tax rate,
that's insane,
is 14%.
Yeah.
Why is Elon Musk paying less than we are? Why is Tesla paying zero? And also, not only is he just paying less than we are on a percentage basis, we're subsidizing him and giving him money. And so, like, I got to tell you, man, undocumented folks who come here and work and contribute $100 billion a year into taxes and make sure that our, like, farms continue to work and literally our economy stays afloat, because without them it wouldn't, and they're always a net positive. Like, even trying to be like, oh well, in this town and that town, it's like they're just a net positive by like every metric that we can come up with. Even right-leaning organizations like Cato and different things like that, like they'll come out with the same information. It's basically they're just a net positive across the board. But like you're sitting here like, well, maybe they're this and that, but we literally have a guy who is worth $500 billion more now, or whatever it is, because of the whole Tesla thing, and we're giving him billions of dollars of our taxpayer money, and he's not getting shit. Like, we're not getting shit back. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. So none of his projects are being I know they're being subsidized by the government, basically, so you can get tax breaks off. Like, but none of them are being used by the government. Why he would be, I think, for a reasonable reason why he would get those. Not probably at the fucking ridiculous amount is.
We're paying for them. We're paying him. We're paying him for actually to run his business, to launch satellites. What are we paying him for? Is it just to get paid? It was under contract for what? There's part of it is about $3.5 billion is contracts, like for example for SpaceX and different that, and then the entirety of the rest of it, like $6.5 billion or something. I forget the exact numbers. It's around $6.5-7 billion. Those are just subsidies. Those are just subsidies that we're literally just subsidizing them. Like, Tesla wouldn't exist if it were not for government subsidies.
Yeah, I know especially for that electric car subsidy. I know they actually kind of floated them for a while.
It's so we're giving charity to the richest man in the world and just making him richer and richer and richer. But here we are talking about maybe undocumented immigrants. I don't even know, even though all the evidence suggests that they're just always a net positive in the American economy, like top to bottom. That's all. I'm just saying that like this is a little bit of a like this whole conversation is a little bit of a red herring. It's
Well, I'm not purposely trying to do that. Like,
no, I'm not
honestly
saying that you
answering
are.
questions.
I understand that. I'm just pointing out that like this is not really the thing we should be focused on. Maybe.
Well, the thing is, I think it's actually a good thing to get out because honestly, probably a quarter to maybe even a third of the things we're talking about, I haven't had a chance to look up. I haven't had a chance to talk with people about it, especially even head people. Like, honestly, every time I get in a conversation with other people, you can't have a normal conversation. People get very emotional. They go right off the rocker. And it's like, hey, I understand. Like, maybe you hate Trump, maybe you hate Elon, or you hate economics this, or you hate Biden that. It's like, okay, like I don't have like no dog in the fight, really. And the only reason, like, I kind of, and like, let's go back to the beginning. Like the reason I kind of voted for Trump is because, like, one, it was my first time voting. Like, I'm 33, first time voting. And I was just like, okay, let's see what happens. Like, whatever I've been hearing, like, Biden had a horrible time. Trump, in his first administration, didn't really do a lot. He got blocked in every possible way. Nothing really happened, like, good or bad. And like Obama wasn't the greatest either. Like for the past like 3 or 4 presidencies, like I kind of did research and I was like, everybody kind of went up and down. Different issues in the world kind of like influenced everything, and it's just like, like what the hell? Just do it. And the thing is, and like you brought up a lot of good points. You brought up good points. Why is Elon Musk, his friend, buddy, billionaire, whatever, getting these amount of subsidies and taxes? Like when maybe this corporation shouldn't at such a degree, depending on if any is in contracts.
Well, yeah, and we didn't even get into the fact we haven't even touched on the fact that Doge, run by Elon Musk, got to go into the federal government a year ago, and they got to go in and they got to basically gut the agencies that were investigating all of his companies.
Yeah.
Isn't that convenient? Oh, and by the way, all of the contracts that Elon Musk gets, they come from the Department of Defense. Guess who didn't get audited by Doge?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Super, super cool for him running the investigation into government efficiency that the organization like USAID that was doing an investigation into him on Starlink stuff, and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that had hundreds of complaints about Tesla that they were investigating, all of those, right? And what about the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Bureau, that was checking in on some SpaceX stuff and some SpaceX flights, and there was maybe some problems there. So weird. So weird that all of those organizations they got gutted. The CFPB basically just no longer exists. USAID completely dismantled. Oh, not the NTSB.
NLRB.
NLRB. Well, no, the NLRB is that's different than that National Labor Relations Board. I'm talking the air flying words.
The FAA.
FAA. Thank you, God. Words tough tonight.
Yeah.
The FAA gutted them as well, and got the head of the FAA taken out because they were investigating SpaceX stuff. So my point being is that now you've got Elon Musk getting all of his subsidies and his contracts, and because he bought the presidency, because $300 million apparently will get that for you, he got to literally walk in to Washington, D.C., and get all of the things that he didn't like out of the way. Oh, and by the way, somewhere in there, they walked into the IRS and got all of our personal data. So, again, these are the reasons why they're kind of mad. They're kind of mad about Donald Trump and about what's happening right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah. I mean, as far as the administration this time around, the ICE thing in particular, that's that is going to lead to a lot of violence very quickly. And yeah, I mean,
honestly, I think on the ICE thing they should pull back just a bit. They're pushing way too hard on some things. I do know that.
That's the thing, is that they're not going to pull back because now
They have
this,
momentum.
This year is when they get the insane budget, right, to make them better funded than most countries' militaries. So, I mean, I don't know, dude. Trump has the benefit of just being able to just lie, and people will accept it, right? Whereas people on the left, I mean, especially the further left you get, we have to provide meta studies, like not even just one study, like a study of studies, and then provide working examples over the course of the last 40 years and all sorts of other crazy shit. And even if we do that, it's still like, well, I mean, maybe I'll think about it. Like for example, trickle down economics, right? There's been a thing since Reagan. Yeah. And the idea, very simply, cut taxes for the rich, and that extra wealth will be used to hire more people, blah, 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 and the wealth will trickle down. Okay. That has been proven over the last 40 years to be complete bullshit. And there's been studies on this. The London School of Economics did a long-term study on this. They looked at all countries that had some type of supply-side economics tax structure, and they compared. And it doesn't work. All that it leads to is wealth concentration at the top. And wealth concentration at the top here is worse than it was right before the French Revolution. And I'm not exaggerating. It's actually worse, just through the percentages. It's worse. The wealthy here have so much money, so much, and the rest of the country has so little. And because of how our economic structure works, because of how the American economy works, the line has to go up. It has to go up. It can't go down.
Because I'll even talk about that on that, because our house makes about 80,000 to maybe 140,000. We're still considered now middle high class. That'd be insane about 10 or 15 years ago, where we would be at least high low to like up there. And it's just like, wait, hold on, what the fuck? We're barely like middle to middle high at $100,000 plus. Yeah.
And well, I mean, so for like apartments and stuff, once upon a time, and this wasn't even in my lifetime, as far as I can tell, rent was lower than a mortgage.
Yeah. I know rent on some places is like $2,000 right now.
Yeah, like rent was lower than a mortgage, and at first it's like, well, wait, why does that make sense? But then it makes sense, because like think about renting something from, I don't know, like Blockbuster or some shit. I mean, no more, but whenever you would rent a movie from Blockbuster, it was like what, $5, $10, right? But to buy it would be what, $20, $30. And the reason why is because, well, I only need it for a little while, so it makes sense for me to just, pay a little bit less, hold on to it, cool. And rent for an apartment, it's the same idea. It's like, all right, I don't want to fully commit and get into a 30-year mortgage.
Maybe a third or fourth of the cost. Yeah,
exactly. So it would make sense for the rent to be lower than a mortgage for a comparable thing, right? But now it's flipped, and it has flipped for a long time. It's been flipped since, I mean, you could easily say Obama, right? And as a millennial, how am I ever supposed to get home? Like where's the American dream? And the truth is, unfortunately, Gen X may have been the last generation to have any chance.
Oh yeah, because they were told to get homestead. They were told to buy land. They were told to do farming. They were told to do prep work. That was the whole entire like during the Russian scare and collusion and everything like that. They were told to. That was the same thing with my brother. My brother was born 7 years before me, and he was an '80s kid. He was told to do all this shit, and he kind of did. He got the solar panels. He got the farm. He got he's got all the stuff where it's just like, hey. Like, if something happens, I'm good. If my power gets cut out, I'm good. If the electricity gets cut, like anything, just in general. And, like, he's fucking, like, half my whole side family on my dad's side, they do construction. They've done anything from federal buildings, school buildings, hotels, motels. They've done parks and reconstructions. Like, anything he would ever have to build or need to do, like, he can do himself. He never has to subsidize work unless he wants to actually do a job for it.
I mean, I was mostly just referring to like the timing aspect, not like the the prep aspect, because I think like with prepping that's a whole other thing, right?
Yeah.
But as far as just the timing in, hey, where was the country at the time that any one particular generation was at the level where they were making like an adult income or whatever? Gen X is a bit fuzzy. It's a bit fuzzy because Gen X is like at the transitionary period between like that's going to be 90s and early 2000s is when Gen X would have been in, I guess, like full adulthood. So I mean, maybe I should rephrase like, I guess, early Gen X or whatever the hell. Like, it's going to be closer to the boomer generation. The boomer generation, the complete boomer generation, had unfettered access to the American dream. They are by far the generation that had the most prosperity at their fingertips. And it wasn't because they personally like were, doing anything fucking innovative. It was just, hey, things were good. And when the getting's good, okay, cool. Problem is, the getting's not good anymore. The problem is that they voted in people who said, hey, the getting's good, but our buddies want more. And so we're going to give them more, and we're going to lie to you and tell you that it's for your own good. And then it's going to take a long time for everybody to figure out, oh, no, that's bullshit. And the people who are calling us on our bullshit right now, they're just liberal hippies. They're just a bunch of communists. They're just a bunch of crybaby snowflakes, right? And it's insane. Donald Trump is doing the exact same economic policy that we have seen for so many years with the Republicans. That's why I called him the other day. I came up with the term neocon. That's what he is. Because what is this involvement in Venezuela, so many countries in the Middle East, so many countries in Africa, Asia, and actually also Latin America, and soon Iran.
The interests of the country at the detriment of those.
Yeah, and that's neoconservatism. It's the idea of, we gotta spread democracy, even if that means we're using our fucking military to do it. We're going to ensure American interests at gunpoint, right? That is neoconservatism, while also pressing on with what's referred to as neoliberal economics, which is Reagan-style shit. Free market, open it up, all that stuff. Now, Donald Trump also dresses it up in populism and says, well, we've got to make sure that Americans get the jobs. And so you have like some protectionist trade policy, but even then it's not really implemented, right? Because his buddies don't want him to, and he doesn't want him to. And protectionist trade policy, when you implement it stupidly, it hurts everyone. Everyone that's already inside the country, it hurts them immensely, right? The idea, so a protectionist trade policy is like, hey, we got to make this here. That's at the interest of the American people, because then they get jobs. That's at the interest of the country, because then we are independent, right? Okay, Smoot-Hawley Act did the same thing, right as the Great Depression was kicking off, and it made it worse. That's the issue. That's the issue with it.
Honestly, I think a lot of our issues came about when we actually made the U.S. dollar the world currency. Like because think about it. Like, we decided like we wanted to control the world. That what was that back in 1940
The
something?
the dollar being the world reserve currency does nothing but bring foreign investment into America. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
Well, no, I get that, but it's just like how it came about, and then what was the cause?
Bretton
Because
Woods.
because it devalued the dollar though. It devalued the dollar because it later got taken off value gold standard. There was nothing backing it. We eventually distributed the dollar to every country where it's just like, hey, for us to control the global economic situation, like we had to change the rules of how the dollar was made, and we basically increased the amount of cost of things that had to be made. That's why a lot of foreign trade went up and domestic trade went down. We stopped producing because after we started trading the dollar worldwide, it was easier to produce items across the world and actually have them imported instead of actually do small towns like textiles and steel mills. I think we had didn't we have more than 700,000 workers at steel mills over the course of 60, 70 years ago, and now we have less than 100,000.
I
The
mean,
majority
yeah,
of all
but
steel we import.
as far as so that's not really so much that the U.S. dollar being the reserve currency. That's not the reason for that, right?
No, not the main reason. But I mean, it's a side effect of hey, when this happened, the cost of goods inside the United States went up, and it was cheaper to get outside exported goods and that's the reason why the reason why we stopped making things in the United States. A lot of textile goods, and there's literally barren textile towns and steel mill towns. These towns that used to have 20, 30, 50,000 population have less than 5 or 10.
Yeah, I mean, so there are multiple pieces to that, right? So
Yeah.
the U.S. dollar being the world reserve currency, did that devalue the dollar? I mean, not really, because as far as what you're talking about, it's the Bretton Woods agreement, which I think wasn't that
1944, I think, right?
I can't remember if it was FDR or if it was
I thought it was
Nixon. Hold up.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Oh,
I know it was 40s.
44. Yeah,
Yeah.
so
Okay,
it was FDR. Okay. So
And I know they did the whole thing. They said it was for altruism, or they were it was for consolidating economic power, anchoring the world's financials to the dollar, or something lay a foundation for. It was something they wanted. Their goal was for decades to come, the global monetary dominance would be the United States. But
yeah,
I think I know it slowed our domestic industry.
So what it was? Okay, so I was conflating the two. Okay, so Nixon, in the 70s, it was the Nixon shock. It was when we moved off the gold or the gold standard. So in 44, we did put the U.S. dollar as the world reserve currency, but we backed it with gold. In theory,
and then
right?
after the 70s, things started going a little to shit. That's when because Nixon wanted to do the whole college thing, and that's when it kind of kicked off in the late 70s and 80s.
Well, it wasn't even so much that it was a Nixon policy. It was that we got called on our bullshit because we didn't actually have the gold that we said we did.
Yeah.
And it wasn't American gold. It was other people's gold. So European countries
basically
after
borrowing
World War II said, hey, we want to put our gold here. Please let us put our gold here because
you're a world superpower.
Exactly. In case this shit hits the fan, the commies are right there. Please let us do this. We did that, and then fast forward 30 years, Nixon basically says, "Oh, okay, we lied." But then that gave rise to what's called the petrodollar. The idea was that all oil trades would be done in U.S. dollars, and that allowed us to cement our power further. We're still the world reserve currency because we had our fingers in everything, so that's why. But the petrodollar was a way to continue that without the gold aspect. And so basically, the U.S. dollar being the world reserve currency, that's a good thing as far as making sure that we retained power over the rest of the world as far as economic power, right?
Well, I know, but I'm just saying that I think that's a lot of. I'm not saying it's directly STEM because a lot of people, and I'm not saying I'm the most educated too either, but I think a lot of people hear we used to have no taxes. We used to everything used to be backed by gold. Everything's inflation. Everybody just can print money at will now by the and it was just, I think it was a lot of people. And the thing is, it could have possibly because of the uneducated, or at least the uncolleged, because it was a lot of people in the Midwest that lost their jobs. It was a lot of the industrial people, that was everybody in the country.
Yeah.
And so it's just like, I can understand like why people would get upset one way or the other. And I really think like how you brought up, I kind of think the legal thing was kind of a non-starter kind of issue. He could have done policies instead of bringing out, like how you said, like basically be Gestapo of where like, hey, they're invading cities or states to enforce federal policies in which to get rid of illegals. And I understand that because it's like and the thing is, like, I would like, the only thing I would agree with like ends on securing the border. I know like engagements have gone down and stuff like that. Like that's the only thing I kind of agree with. Okay, stop more people coming in. But I guess like actually driving after them and everything like that.
So one thing that a lot of people, and people who are younger don't know is that ICE hasn't been around that long.
No,
it's not like some old government agency. It was created in 2003. The Department of Homeland Security was created in 2003. Now, as far as DHS, okay, I guess that kind of makes sense because it was combining a couple things, but ICE was created in 2003, and the whole reason why was because, we're not just gonna police our border. We're going places, right? And that it was under the guise of, we gotta get the terrorists, and that was the whole shtick with it. But before that, it was INS and it was CP and just something else. So as far as ICE is concerned, we're the utility of what we're doing, right?
Yeah.
Like take out the human aspect. What is the actual utility of sending federal agents into the bowels of the country to find someone who has been here for years or whatever and who is not in the system, in the criminal system, right? They don't have a record, they're not whatever.
Like we only know, like, technically we know there's like about 14 million illegals, and they're saying they can be anywhere from double to triple that. And like people who have crossed, we didn't catch them, we didn't know, we had no incidents. We only technically know there's like 14 million, and it's like,
yeah, I mean, like, so what's the utility of us doing it, right? Because we're going to spend a shit ton of money doing it, and we're also going to violate an awful lot of rights while we're doing it. And what do we get at the end of that? So we ultimately are going to reduce the population of the country, in theory. Like, let's just say, here, I'll put it this way. Press a button, boom. Now, every person who Trump wanted to deport that was not here legally or whatever, they're gone. Okay.
Yeah. And depending on the city only got helped like 5 to 15%, depending on exactly what sector you're talking about.
I mean, yeah, but like even then, I don't know if it does that. Like even farming, for example, farming in particular is one of those industries that people who own those farms that run that shit, they're like, it's like 50%. It would cripple farming. It would cripple it. And it's not even that they're getting paid under the table or like a low wage or whatever. It's just that it would cripple it because no one wants to do it.
Nobody wants to do manual jobs.
So, and that's one industry, not to mention construction. There are so many different industries like that where what would be the utility? Would it cause wages to go up for those industries? I mean, I guess theoretically, but even then, what does that do? What does that do? And the answer is it makes food extremely expensive. It makes building shit impossible, as if it wasn't already impossible. Like, we already have way too few single family homes. We are way too few, right? And so like the supply is low, demand is insane. We have way too few like proper apartment or like multifamily residential units, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, even those cheap apartments that cost like 5-7 years ago, they would cost like $600 or $800. They're like
Yeah,
12 to 17
Yep.
now.
Yeah,
Exactly.
like we have way too few of those, and so when you cripple the construction industry, they're not building it, right? No more building of it, as if that was going to happen anyway, because this is really down to some billionaire who says I want to build this, but it makes everything it slows us down. It slows the country down and makes things even more unaffordable than it already is, right?
Do you think we just have to wait for the baby boomer generation to die off before like economics settle?
I mean, if you had asked me 10 years ago, I would have said yes. I would have said because 10 years ago I'd be like, I'm 22 years old. I'm waiting for the housing market to crash and for the boomers to die off.
Yeah.
Like that was my mindset at the time.
The house we're in probably cost, when we first got it, like in the 90s, it was $70,000, $80,000. Now this house is worth like $340,000. This is like a 2,300 square foot house.
Yeah.
That is insane amount of money for this fucking small house.
Yeah. There's so many other examples of that where the price has almost doubled in a matter of 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Because that, like, the housing market went fucking crazy after the pandemic.
Yeah.
And so
before the pandemic, I think this house was less than 200,000. I think it was like 180, some
Exactly.
170, and it went to like 340. I
There
think
you go.
last month 340 was like, that was like 6 or 8 months last time I checked. It may have gone down because I know the value for the house has gone down, but I think I forgot how they said it, because they had some kind of meeting, like, because we have one of those things for our neighborhood and shit like that. Like, so your house value has gone down for this reason, but like the demand for the house has gone up too. And it's like, that's weird.
Yeah.
Like, so our property value has gone down, but the value for the house went up.
Yeah. Now, again, that my mindset 10 years ago would have been, well, I got to wait for another 2008 and I got to wait for boomers to finally kick the bucket.
Yeah.
Now I understand it's not even as like most boomers, it's not even like, boomers.
It was like 5%
just
of
broadly.
boomers or
It's
less.
It's the rich. It's the rich. Now, in general, are boomers more likely to be wealthy? Yeah. But
They
not
got in
all of
early.
them by any means, right?
Yeah.
And so what it is, the issue is the wealthy, the billionaires. The billionaires are causing all these issues. The billionaires are like, hey, I want to make the line go up, so now I'm going to start investing in real estate. I'm gonna do REITs. I'm gonna buy up whole fucking neighborhoods. I'm gonna do X, Y, and Z. I'm gonna push out the competition. I'm gonna buy a politician, and that politician is going to go into the White House, and then I'm gonna be able to run roughshod throughout the White House. So that is ultimately the issue, right? If we wanna make people have access to a home for an affordable price, the government can do that, because the government has what is referred to as the monopoly of violence, and they have unlimited money, right? So, okay, they can do that. They can do that if we want to. We can do that because we've done it in other countries. So we could do it here if we wanted to.
Yeah. Hey, Darkness, listen, my friend, we've had you up for almost an hour and a half. I think we're going to try
Oh, yeah, that's cool, dude.
move on to someone else. I appreciate you coming up. I appreciate you being
Yeah,
reasonable.
and I'm glad that we had the conversation. Even I learned some things, and I just like discussed some things maybe people didn't know about the issues. But like, yeah, it was cool. At least we had a normal conversation.
All right. Well,
Yeah, it was good.
I'm glad we were able to do that. I hope you think about some of the stuff that we talked about, and I hope you have a good rest of your evening, okay?
You too, man.
All right, you take care.
Okay.
All right. Guys, just before we bring up our next guest here, please keep tapping that screen. I would really like it if we can get over 300,000 likes before we wrap up. Do us a favor. If we can get these numbers up, that would be helpful. Maybe finish off that gift goal, help Nemo get those numbers up. If you want more guests before we wrap, we need to cycle back through the FYP, and that would be a great way to do it, is help with the taps, gifting panel, and finishing off the gift goal would be helpful. And once again, if you want, links in our bios. Hello, Jerry. Hello, Jerry.
Jerry.
Jerry, do you know you're here? You guys can't complain about the last guest and then also complain about Jet. Like we have no choices here. So, Jerry, you still owe me $500 because you said you voted for Donald Trump. Jerry. How did he request up and then fall asleep? It was like 30 seconds. Is that Jerry's new trolling tactic? Because he can't win a debate. That's the only thing he can do is pretend to be asleep.
Can't lose if you don't participate.
I mean, that's the best conversation I ever had with him. It's true. All right, let's see what we got here. Once again, guys, if you go over Donald Trump, hop on up. We would like to get one more before we have to wrap up this evening. It would be great. Crotty, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did not. I voted for Harris. I would like to speak to you about something that maybe we could all kind of join in on. I've noticed there's a lot of these TikToks where it's one side versus the other, when there are just so many things that we can all agree on. We can all agree there should be no more money in politics. Our politicians should not be for sale.
I don't think the problem is that we all don't agree on that because there are a lot of people.
Who agrees that our politicians should be for sale to the highest bidders?
A lot of people who vote Republican.
I mean, I'm trying to be honest with you. Just about every Republican I've spoken to has agreed.
They can agree,
that is wrong.
my friend. They can agree all that they want, but they keep voting for the people that do nothing but do that exact thing. So if they think that it's wrong, why aren't they voting for people who change that?
So here's kind of my idea is I'm not the greatest at starting, these chats, especially the professional ones like you have. I think it would be really nice if somebody could start one that focuses on what we all agree on. Things like, reversing Citizens United. Things like, capping the amount of time Congress is in office. Things like the amount of money each congressional member makes should average out to whatever their normal constituent makes.
I'll tell you what, my friend. I'll tell you what. I agreed 100% with you that I would very, very much like to do that and to have discussions like that and to bring people together to get those changes made. We just have one small problem.
What's that?
we have a fascist in the authoritarian in the White House who's currently using masked Gestapo to terrorize the American people, and he's kidnapping leaders of other countries and threatening to start wars with NATO. So maybe at the moment we need to deal with that before we do the kumbaya thing.
Yes, sir. And don't get me wrong, I think he's the most evil person on earth.
Right.
I'm just saying there's got to be a time when we can come together and stop
Agreed.
buying into this one side versus
great.
other.
That's great, and that time isn't.
And
that's great. Then that time isn't now. I just want to be
also-
100%. No.
also-
I want you to recognize something. That
Okay.
time is not now.
Okay, can we? We also need to recognize that both parties are bought and paid for by the same people. This is all a setup to keep us divided.
Is it though?
It is.
So, like, talking points like, oh, both sides are bought. Is that true on some level? I mean, sure, as far as super PACs and stuff. Is that going to help as far as pushing out one of those parties that is clearly destructive?
It levels the playing field.
No, it doesn't.
How does it not?
When you say it levels the playing field, how?
I mean,
say
it
that-
is.
how-
It
how do
is
you- how do you propose that we
2026.
overturn? No. How do you propose that we overturn Citizens United?
Well, we all band together and make a proposal for it.
A
It is
proposal
2000.
through what means?
It is 2000. I'm sure you could contact Rokana or any of these, regular-minded people.
Okay.
Bernie Sanders, I'm sure, would love to write something about this.
Okay. So what you're saying is that we should elect politicians that believe that.
I'm saying we should elect politicians who are on board with common sense reform.
Okay. I'm all for electing more Bernies and more Rokanas and less whatevers, McConnell's.
Lindsey Graham's and McConnell's,
Yeah.
yes.
I'm all for that, dude. But yeah, I mean, you're kind of making my point, which is what are Bernie Sanders, Ro Khanna, Elizabeth Warren? What are
They are just to get the ball rolling. It
Okay,
is
but what
on
are
us.
they are Democrats.
They are. It is on us to make this change.
Okay, but they are Democrats. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. So
I'm sure Tommy Massey would get on board as well.
Okay, so it's
You can find bipartisanship.
no.
Not very often, but you can.
Not when it comes to
Taking away their money.
I mean, when it comes to taking away their money, like the idea of, well, both parties are bought or overturning Citizens United, rather, because that's going to be, I guess.
That's got to be number one.
Okay. The right wing does not want to overturn Citizens United. They just don't.
Well, we have a very good chance of sweeping this primary. So there could very well could be a chance for some major changes.
When you say sweeping the primary, like if you're saying that, do I advocate for vigorous primaries of establishment Democrats? Like, do I advocate for progressives to primary Democrats that are currently elected? Yes, absolutely. Of course I do. That's how we got AOC. She
Correct.
unseated the second most powerful Democrat in the country.
Correct.
Like, absolutely. 1,000% I support that. But when it comes to the rubber meeting the road, when it comes to the election, when it comes to the general, in midterms, presidential elections, whatever, when it comes to actually electing a person, I'm going to have to vote for the Democrat unless there are remarkably crazy circumstances.
Yeah,
because
and I'm not
they
asking you not to. I'm just trying to get something out there that I enjoy your all's platform, and I think you've put it together very well. I would really like to see a platform like yours that could really bring people together to agree on things. And once we start agreeing on things, then we can start making plans of action.
I mean, I don't really know.
I mean, I know it's shit in one hand and wish in the other. I know.
I mean, I guess like, you know, what you're saying is, hey, let's talk about things we agree on. Okay. What do we and like what do we do when we agree? Because like I've
We
talked
come up
to
with solutions on how to put those plans in action.
okay, but the only way that you do that is through politicians. Like that's how a republic works. Like we have representatives that we elect.
Right. And then you find the politicians who are on board with everybody's ideas.
But here's the problem, man. Here's the problem. Look, this is the issue. I get it. We would all really, really like it if there was a viable third-party option in the United States that could tow a bunch of different issues and bring together a bunch of disparate groups that obviously we all know should come together. Working class poor white people in the South should be in the same economics voting position as urban minorities should, who are also in the same wealth bracket. Like they should be voting the same way, but they don't, right? They should. We know that, or at least we're saying that. I get it. I understand what you're saying. The problem is, and the thing that Nemo is pointing out, and the thing that I think you can understand is, as much as we want that, we are stuck with a two-party system, and that is really not going to change anytime soon. Because even if you get people to agree on certain issues, and you can say, okay, hey, we agree on this, and we agree on that, it's all of the other things that they will not agree on and that they won't be able to find compromise candidates for. And then even if you can do it, you need a viable third-party apparatus to push those candidates either at the state level or at the national level, which does not exist and would take a huge amount of effort and financing to put up against the Democrats and the Republicans. It's a pipe dream.
I wish it didn't have to be a third-party system because third-party systems just never work. I wish that we could just fix both of these parties to where there are standards of, it's 2026. We have great technology. We do not need, we could have every candidate have their platform on a certain TV channel where nobody has to pay millions and millions and millions of dollars for commercials just to get their word out. There's ways to do this without, I'm not the smartest guy to figure it out, but I know that there's got to be ways to do this without having hundreds of millions of dollars involved in every campaign. In my lifetime, it seemed like every candidate who raised the most amount of money wins the campaign.
How old are you?
I'm 46 years old.
Cool. We're close to the same age. I turned 43 this year. So basically have seen just about the same number of elections. So, yeah.
Would you agree?
Usually it's the person who raises the most money. Yeah, usually because they're the ones, especially with traditional media, back when we were younger, that it mattered the most because that would be where you would have to do your ad buys on TV, where you'd have to get out in newspapers, where you'd have to do all those different things. So it mattered even more. But now it matters for a variety of different reasons, and getting out in social media and paying teams and doing all of these different things. And so, yeah, I mean, it's not going to change. There's nothing that we could do now to change that system. My point still stands. We have to do the work of literally now rooting out authoritarianism from our government and from the White House. I'm not even sure if we can fully do it, but we have to do that, and then try to get back to some semblance of what American democracy is supposed to be, and get back to following the Constitution and try to undo some of this stuff we're at. And then maybe we could talk about reforms in our political system that we can all get behind, but we can't even get there. We have too many people. You want people to get behind a bunch of different ideas. We have too many people that they won't even agree. They still, to this day, 6 years later or 5 years later, they won't agree that the 2020 election wasn't stolen.
I know.
And so it's never gonna happen. It's just not. It's just there's the gulf is too wide. You're thinking like we would 20 years ago. Because we grew up at a time when what you're saying could have been accomplished. What you're saying could have been accomplished in 1998.
So I'll end it with this. First of all, I want to thank both of you for fighting the good fight of trying to destroy the tyranny we're in. And when is it too early to start talking about these solutions that we could possibly implement once we do get rid of all this bullshit?
I don't know when it's too early, and I'm glad it's fine to have the idealism and to want. I'm just saying that we have to focus on this. This is just, it's so fucking bad. It's just so fucking bad. And we have to focus on getting rid of this shit now. And if we can do that, then maybe we can look at some other things. But I just can't, man. I can't look past it. I got a 9-year-old daughter. I don't know if you got kids. I got a 9-year-old daughter, and I'm fucking scared. I'm scared for her. And I can't look. I am not all of those things that you said would be great. And I'd love to come together about it. Right now, I just really want to make sure that she has rights.
Yeah.
When she gets to adulthood, I want to make sure that I don't actively have to move us out of the country. That's where I'm at. I'm worrying about that first.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we can worry about the other stuff, but that's it, man. So
right.
All right.
Well,
so,
I thank you, gentlemen, for the time, and keep up the good fight. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
All right. Take care. Thank you. Listen, I just saw it. I just opened it up. Thank you to Oben Rin. Sorry, I apologize. It was a little says thank you for the memo. It says the only person trying to divide us is a felon and an alcoholic, and also Bernie is anti-black. Please grow up and research before opening your mediocre white man mouth. Don't think I appreciate the blue thing, but I can't say that I agree about Bernie.
Yeah, never heard that about Bernie Sanders. Pretty sure that's wrong.
I don't know. Don't know that.
Oh, they're saying they directed that towards the.
Oh, that was
the
to
other
the
person.
guest. Oh, okay, got it. Thank you very much for clarifying. Mishnik, did you vote for Donald Trump? Okay. Oh yeah. Hi. Did you
Matt,
vote?
I'm
Oh,
not a,
what's
I'm
that?
not a op.
Oh no. Oh hi.
I'm not a op. I'm
Okay.
not a op.
Okay.
Were you about to ask me if I voted for Trump? Oh my God, I'm black.
I mean, listen. You've heard me talk to. You heard us talk to Blaga before. I'm sorry. I just I had to ask. Sorry.
The 92%.
I mean,
oh my God.
I would prefer to assume that. I even said that earlier. Guys, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I don't know everyone's username, and
I literally made a meme out of you.
You made a meme out of me?
Yeah.
Oh, that was you. Okay. Yes. Okay. So, guys. Okay, guys. I'm sorry. I'm tired. Okay. Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. Yes. Absolutely. Now I recognize it. I apologize. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. Cut me some slack. I'm tired. I'm a dad. Okay. Yes. Sorry.
No, I get it.
Apologize. Yes. Absolutely. I recognize. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah,
I'm
I
sorry.
could read. I wouldn't vote for Trump. I'm functionally literate.
Of course
I can
not.
read.
Absolutely. Absolutely not. And I always err on the side of the 92%. Obviously. I'm sorry. Yes. How can I not remember everyone? I'm the fucking worst. I know. I'm sorry.
Nah, it's
sorry.
okay.
Yeah. What's up, friend?
Oh, I did want to. I was gonna take my request off. I'm gonna tag you in the Discord for the Bernie is anti-black. It's something to do with employment, and yeah, I'm gonna tag you in it.
Okay.
I have a source.
Okay. I mean, listen. I'm always happy to tag. I mean, tag. Yeah, that's fine. That's tag me, and are you gonna do it in Nemo's Discord? Tag both of us. So
I'm not in Nemo's Discord.
Oh, you should be. Nemo's Discord is great. Join up in Nemo's too. But if you do it over in mine and in Ari's, then just do it. I'll share it too. I think we always interested in information, so we'll take a look for sure. Absolutely.
Alrighty, I'm gonna drop now. I didn't mean to make it awkward.
No, you didn't at all. Apparently, I did, and that's my fault. I am sorry. That is my bad. So, you're good. Don't mind me. I'm tired. It's fine. So, you're all good. But
Sorry.
I hope you have a good rest of your night.
Yeah, sorry. Bye.
You're good. All right. Bye. Thanks. Thank you, Triple Stack, for that dinosaur. That was fun. Appreciate that. I know, not in Nemo's Discord. That's not good. Find the link right in his bio. Reciprocity. Hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Can you hear me? Is everything coming through okay?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. Just because I was trying to get this set up on desktop so I could use my mic, but fuck it, I'm sorry, apologize. I'm using my mobile device. Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you tell us how old you are and what state you voted in, please?
44 and Texas.
Okay. Did you want to discuss one of the subjects we have up here, or something else that Donald Trump's doing right now?
No, I just had a one clarification on one of the ones that you have up there. In terms of ICE is a domestic terrorist group.
Yep.
You don't really believe that about all ICE members, do you?
I believe it as the group as a whole. I do. Yes.
But the individual members, you would I'm sorry, because I have a hard time separating the human from the I guess the symbol, right? So I consider a human being in that position. So I'm just having a hard time imagining that it's a law enforcement officer would be a terrorist.
I understand. But do you know what's the definition of the actual the dictionary? What's the dictionary definition of terrorism?
It's political violence. It's violence for political ends.
Sort of, but specifically, it's the unlawful use of violence and intimidation, mainly against civilians, and it's for political gain or for political purposes. That's the actual textbook definition of what terrorism is, right? Yeah. So when you have a group of people who are masked and they're not identifying themselves, and they're being violent, and they're intimidating people, specifically
Can I
civilians,
interrupt
and
you
that
real quick?
yeah, sure.
Okay. Just because you said that they're masked up.
Yeah.
You don't think that has anything to do with the activist violence that's targeting them, or do you think that doesn't play a role in terms of them
Why?
them trying to protect their identities?
It's really interesting. When has ICE had to mask up prior to this?
Well,
What
they-
other federal
well,
agencies?
can I answer your question?
Oh yeah, sure.
So they battle the cartels on a regular basis and often need to hide their identities lest they be subject to reprisals from the cartels.
How does ICE battle the cartels? Do tell.
Well, cartels have gang members that are in the United States, and investigations that lead to the arrest of gang members in the United States.
That's primarily the
Lead-
That's primarily the DEA and the FBI conducting those operations if they're connected to the CTELs. You realize that, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So it's really not ICE, and so that's a very weird
It's a
weird justification for it. And
Okay,
really, and
it's a
historically, in the
coordinated
20-ish years that ICE has operated, my friend, they have not needed to ever wear masks. In fact, all of our law enforcement officers in America, whether you're talking about your local beat cop or your state trooper or FBI agents or whoever it is, they are very, very famously required to offer
Right, I get it.
I don't know why you're interrupting me while I'm talking. They're very famously, on purpose, supposed to offer up a badge and a name whenever they're talking to you upon request, aren't they? Why isn't ICE doing that
100%.
for people?
I think they should have the badge and at least badge and name.
Cool. So we
Oh,
agree that they're
that's
basically
true.
a secret Gestapo force that's going around and they're being violent to U.S. citizens in the name of intimidation.
So you don't think that they're going around trying to target violent criminal aliens that have deportation orders? That's
No.
not. They're not doing
So
that.
that's the I guess the pitch, right? So the pitch, and this was what Trump literally campaigned on. He campaigned and said, oh, "We're going to get the violent criminals. We're going to focus on the violent criminals." Okay, but that's not how it is happening in practice. What's happening in practice is ICE is randomly asking people if they're an American citizen, if they're born here. I mean, we're a few steps away from papers, please. But
When you say randomly, like I'm not familiar with it. Randomly asking people on the street.
yes. So I mean, I can find video of I can't, what's his name, Bovino, the fat fuck that is the director of operations in Minnesota. He was talking to someone who was taking video of him, and he just said, "Hey, are you American citizen?" And like, but there's
that
this.
proves that.
Go
I'm sorry. That proves that ICE agents are have a directive of going around and finding random people in the street and asking and finding out their immigration status.
If I can find videos of them doing it, will that be sufficient?
I mean, it would be more sufficient if you could find the directive that's been provided to them to go do that. That'd be awesome.
Well, their directive is to deport. Ah, here we go.
Okay, we'll see you in a
I'll
minute,
be right
Nemo.
back.
Okay. Nemo's got a... Yeah, okay. All right, we get it. Guys, help us tap up to 300K because we've got a brief suppression. You guys know what to do. We appreciate it. So thank you for doing that. So if we've got, here we go. Hold on, I got you. There we go. And also, also to the ends of their means of intimidation. If they're going around to U.S. citizens and they're saying, "Oh, hey, you'd better comply because you don't want what happened to her to happen to you," isn't that literally the definition of intimidation?
I mean, I view law enforcement as very intimidating.
But
on a
you
personal
view
level.
law enforcement as intimidating. But now imagine a law enforcement officer and multiple law enforcement officers surrounding you in your car and demanding that you comply when you don't have to comply because you're a U.S. citizen and they're ICE, and they're demanding you comply, and they're screaming at you, and they're screaming at you, by the way, screaming at you, you don't want to happen to you what happened to her.
Yeah.
Is
No,
that
it's
a
tough
threat?
situation.
Is that a threat?
It's a tough situation.
No, I asked you a
and,
question,
I would-
sir. I asked you a question. Is that a threat? Yes or no?
Of course, it's a threat.
Okay, cool. So a threat would be intimidation.
This is how law enforcement operates.
No, it's not, sir. Law enforcment does not operate with U.S. citizens via intimidation, and if they do, this is news to me. You should probably let the U.S. Constitution know, because the Bill of Rights might have
Right.
an issue with that.
Can I say something?
Yeah, what's up, man?
So there's a difference between, theoretically how law enforcement works and practically how law enforcement works, right? And in your practice, and at least in my experience, right, and I can only speak from my experience. In my experience, the practical application of law enforcement is extremely intimidating and very unconstitutional. But it's a reality that we have to deal with. This is how law enforcement exists in our society. And if we want that changed, then we should seek change from our lawmakers. But this is the way it currently is in our society. It's very intimidating, and it's just a reality. So I'm not sure exactly. And I could speak from, and I could tell you about my personal experiences that illustrate that, but I don't want to go sidetrack the conversation. I'm trying to have this conversation in good faith.
I
okay?
understand, but
So-
I'm trying to understand what you're trying to say here. You're trying to say that just because law enforcement by its own nature is intimidating, that we
doesn't make it
should no. Well, that's not what you just said. I'm trying to gauge what you just said. We can circle back around to what I have deemed them. But what you just said was that law enforcement is that law enforcement. I'm trying to rephrase what you said. You basically said that law enforcement, because of the fact that they're intimidating, that they don't follow the rules and tough shit, when in fact we literally have lots and lots and lots of mechanisms to make sure that law enforcement in this country is held to task. That's why we have the Bill of Rights. That's why we can take cases to the Supreme Court. That's why we have those remedies in America. That's why when the Vice President of the United States says something insane like federal agents have absolute immunity, that's insane because we know that they don't, right?
Okay, you understand all those mechanisms are available for people who have the money.
Yeah, except for the fact that you can also like go to the ACLU if something happens, and there's a number of different ways to go about if you need help. I'm not saying it's always available, and I'm not saying that the system is perfect, but there are plenty of different ways to go about getting civil justice if you need it. It's not perfect, and I agree with you that the system is weighted towards those on the top, but there are ways to do it.
Okay, I think we're getting a little bit off track here. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that law enforcement, the way it exists today, is when law enforcement gives you an order, whether you deem it lawful or not, whether you deem you have to follow it or not, you're better off following it. And if you're going to engage in activism and protesting, don't do it from behind the wheel of a deadly weapon, because that's just inviting more issues.
Okay, fantastic. So when some IRS, you've said it. Thank you. So when some IRS agents come to your house. So when some IRS agents come to your house and they tell you to strip naked and put whipped cream on yourself and have your dog lick it off your junk while they film it, you should do it because they're federal agents and you should just comply, right?
So I don't consider that a bad faith example. I
No,
mean,
you
if you wanna
just
give
said
something-
that if a
if you wanna make an
federal
example
you
of
just
good
said
faith,
that if a
I'm
federal
willing to
law
engage it.
enforcement officer gives you a directive that you should just comply. Or did you mean to say, or did
when I'm
you
behind-
or did you
when I'm
mean
behind
to
the wheel of a
say,
vehicle.
or did you okay, so now you're specifying just when you're behind the wheel of a vehicle. Got it. So is any law enforcement
No.
allowed to pull you over at any point in time, or do different people have different jurisdictions in different areas?
Okay.
What state do you live in again?
Texas.
Awesome. Fantastic. I live in Massachusetts. If a Massachusetts state trooper is driving across country, is he allowed to pull you over in the state of Texas?
I have no idea, but if he, does, then I'm gonna comply
he's
with
not.
it.
No, he's not. A law enforcement officer who's out of his jurisdiction does not have the authority to do so. Now, the thing that you're going to say is, well, we're talking about federal agents. So, again, my point to
No,
you,
I'm not
sir.
even gonna say
Great.
that.
Well, okay. Well, then, great.
I'm not going to.
So you and I
What am I
both
gonna
agree. Great. So that you and I both agree that federal agents do not have the ability across the board to have complete jurisdiction over all people, right?
I never said that.
Great. So what does ICE stand for?
Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
Very good. Excellent. And does Immigrations and Customs Enforcement have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens outside of an ICE operation? Arrest or detain U.S. citizens outside of an ICE operation? Yes or no?
Every state has different laws.
No, this is federal, sir. This has nothing to do with states. We're talking about the supremacy clause now in the Constitution. The federal laws supersede the state laws. So once again, sir, I ask you, does ICE have the authority to arrest or detain a U.S. citizen outside of an ICE operation where the U.S. citizen is caught up in said operation or directly impacting said operation, and they can be momentarily detained? Outside of that, is ICE allowed to pull your car over and tell you to get out for a traffic stop? Can they do that?
It depends on the context.
No, sir. It doesn't depend on any context. The answer to that is no. They're not allowed to do that.
Okay. Fine. I'll accept it. They're not allowed to do that.
They're not.
And
they can't.
Okay.
So the basic premise of where we're starting at with this particular situation with Renee Good is they weren't even allowed to do that.
Okay.
Okay. Glad we agree. So again,
I'm just accepting a premise so that you can make the next point, whatever it is.
well, if you don't agree, then you can say that you don't agree, but I would love for you to show me where I'm wrong.
Okay, so when you gave the example of the Massachusetts vehicle pulling me over in Texas, right? If no matter what it is, if a law enforcement vehicle behind me has their sirens on and they pull me over, I'm stopping. And if it's a Boston police officer that comes out and starts wanting to engage with me, then I'm going to be respectful. I'm going to follow whatever orders he gives me, and I'm going to do whatever I need to do in order to make sure that I get out of the situation unharmed.
How would you even know that it was an actual officer of the law? How would you know what Massachusetts state trooper cars look like or uniforms look like? It could just be some random fucking person. How would you even know?
This is true.
I'm going to be honest with you, dude. I have zero fucking idea what a what do you guys have? State troopers in Texas also? What do you have? State troopers?
I'm born and raised in Santa Monica, so I'm been here for a year.
Okay, whatever you got, whatever the state police are in Texas, I have no fucking idea what your vehicles look like, what those uniforms look. I wouldn't know if one of them pulled me over. If I looked behind me and it wasn't one of the local police departments that I know or a Massachusetts state police, I wouldn't stop for them. I would drive to a police station. Why would you stop for somebody that you didn't know?
Well, well, there are unmarked cars that do conduct traffic stops. In Texas, so
Sure,
maybe that's why.
unmarked cars. That's a different situation than what we're talking about. We know who these people are. We're talking about who has jurisdiction, sir. That's the main point of this.
Okay.
And I've tried
You're
to, and
saying-
I'm really just trying to get at: does ICE have the jurisdiction to go up to someone and pull them out of their car?
It depends on the context. That's what I'm saying.
And
If they're being
the answer
obstructive-
and
they're obstructing.
if they're obstructing an active ICE operation, absolutely, they probably have some sort of a cause to maybe detain that person. If they're literally in the middle of an operation and actively obstructing it, yes, ICE probably has cause to do that.
So, I just sent you
so-
a video.
Yep.
Matt.
Hold on.
So I was trying to find the raw video, but it's easier said than done. So the short version is in Minnesota right now. There was a teenager that was targeted by ICE agents at a local Target that he works at, and so if you play the video, I think, yeah, like the video, he's got it playing next to it. It's going to be like the first 60 seconds or so.
Okay, here we go. Oh, actually, hang on 1 sec. Let me make sure we're on for the tube. There we go. Okay, here you go.
Hang on. How you doing? May.
This isn't it right now. Not in fucking Minneapolis. Where is anybody
No.
else
What?
going to ask for
Is that
fucking
John?
approval?
Get on the phone. Hey, no.
You have a right- Shit. Where's the shit? Christian, do you have somebody you want us to call? My mom. What's her number?
Hey, all border vacation. Go to hell, dude. That's some bullshit. Gay ass border patrol.
Christian? We got another clip. We want to check this out from another angle.
What's your name?
Jonathan Aguilar Garcia. I'm literally a U.S. citizen. I'm literally a U.S. citizen. Get the fuck out of here.
Why are you kidnapping our citizens? Why are you?
This guy.
Okay, let's pause here.
So
Okay.
pause that. So at this point, I think dude's gonna talk, but the video that's about to play, it's 9 minutes after these guys pick him up. They put him in the car, they take him somewhere. Okay? They then dump him 9 minutes later. Because, shocker, he is in fact an American citizen, and these people are incompetent and terrorists because of what you're about to hear.
All right, I think I've got it at the right spot here.
Right here, they let him out of the vehicle. They tortured him. This guy right here, yeah. Tortured.
You okay, man? No, I'm not okay. Bro, it's crazy. My man's bleeding. They slammed me on the ground. We gotta be able to call somebody. This is ridiculous. You got family around? You got somebody here, man? I think my girl. Come on, we in here. Come on, man. You work here, don't you? No, I work at Target. You work, bro? Come on, bro. It's okay. That is so crazy. Man, slam this man up in the parking lot. Torture this guy.
So
I've been
the
I've been where he is. Where he was, right there.
yeah,
I've been there.
so a bunch of grown men beat the shit out of a teenager.
Yeah, in my case, I wasn't a teenager, but they were Santa Monica police, but it was no different.
Yeah. So like,
Yeah,
I mean,
it
are these fuckers heroes? Like, are we supposed to? Do
Those
they
ones,
deserve
no,
respect?
obviously not. No,
I mean,
those
like,
ones, no.
and I mean, it's more rhetorical because I
We're
I
going to
mean,
be painting all of them like that? You're just saying all of them are exactly like this, right? Okay.
So I mean, like we had touched on this earlier in the live. So this is where ACAB comes from, right? All cops are bastards. The reason why people say ACAB is not because they literally believe that 100% of cops are pure evil. It's because there are good cops who are quiet because of the blue wall of silence, right? Now, that's cops, right? ICE is a whole other ball game because ICE are not police officers, right? They have a single job, which is to apprehend people who are here illegally or whatever the fuck and go on, right? That's their job. And they are beating the shit out of people who are American citizens. And when they finally find out that that person is an American citizen because they are clearly incompetent, then I mean that kid's traumatized, right? And what are we gaining from that? Because we're not going after criminals, we're going after a fucking teenager who was going to work.
Whoa. We're not going after criminals?
Is that teenager a criminal?
No.
Oh,
but
okay.
But because they did that to him, like what they did to me, like that means that all of them are going after innocent people all the time. I mean, it's ridiculous.
No. This is the, I guess, a perfectionist fallacy. This is the idea that, well, they're not all bad, therefore we have to just operate from a presumption of respect.
No, those people who did that to him should be held accountable for what they did.
And they
know
won't.
what? Okay. So can I say the thing first?
Sure.
Okay. So the problem is that with the current climate and the way it is and how highly politicized it is, and the fact that you have activist riots around ICE facilities, on a regular basis, means that you're going to have a divide in terms of how how this is going to be handled. Like if this could be handled the correct way, all of those people would be facing consequences. They wouldn't be in uniform anymore. They'd be facing criminal consequences for what they were doing. But because of the political environment we find ourselves in is so polarized, they're not going to face any consequences, and it sucks. And it sucked when it happened to me, and it sucked when the people who assaulted me didn't face any consequences. But that was only because I didn't get it on.
Okay,
on camera.
so man. Okay, so because it happened to you, and because they didn't face any consequences, it's okay for this to happen to other people?
Are you serious? You're serious?
Okay, no.
Serious?
So you want there to be accountability, right?
Of course.
Okay, great.
I would like that.
Awesome. So listen to this.
This is your warning. For what? Stop fucking following us. You are impeding operations. This is the United States.
I gotta get to my house.
This is your warning.
Gotta get to my house.
Go home to your kids.
Go to church.
Go to home to your kids. This is your last warning.
I serve the
will
Lord.
Arrest you.
Go to church. Let people let
I
the
guarantee
people.
you that. I guarantee you, you're not going to like the outcome. Go home to your children. It's Sunday.
Yeah, go
It is
exactly.
Sunday.
Let people go
you
to
did not
church.
learn from what just happened. Go home to
Learn
your
what?
kids.
He says, "Did you not learn?"
Did you not learn from what just happened? What does he mean when he says that? What's he mean?
He means that. He means that someone else who refused to leave in their vehicle that was just murdered, and if he doesn't comply with whatever he's telling them to do, then they're going to end up in the same situation.
That's called intimidation. That's a threat.
Yeah, of course.
These things that Nemo and I are showing to you and that we're talking about, they're not isolated incidents. That's why we have multiple. That's why we have multiple examples of these things. We also have a new incident tonight, where DHS said that their official statement was that a bunch of people came out of a house and jumped a poor defenseless ICE officer, and he had to shoot somebody in the leg to get away. And then we just got the video. We just got some video, And you know what the video is? The video is of a poor guy inside of a house with his pregnant wife and child, and ICE chased the guy into his house and shot into his house with his pregnant wife. That's what happened.
Yeah.
But
Well, I'm gonna have to take your.
but you can don't take my word on it. Go watch the video when you get off the live with us. You have to stop making excuses for these people, and you have to stop.
I'm not making excuses. You have to stop denigrating all of them because of a few
no
bad
one
apples.
is saying, because you didn't listen to what Nemo said, did you?
I did.
Okay,
I
if you listen to what he said, then you need to understand that this organization is doing these things, right? Is this organization doing these things, yes or no?
When you say these things, you make it sound like this is their directive, okay? Yes, they have done some bad things, I agree.
So what's their directive if it's not this?
It's to target criminal aliens who have deportation orders. This is their directive.
Awesome. If that's their directive, then why is it that that's not the thing that they're doing? Why are they targeting people who are seeking asylum in America? Why are they going to courts where they where these people are trying to actively get citizenship status or green card status and documented status? Why are they going after those people? Why are we deporting 19-year-old college students who do not have a deportation order, and then once it happens, the federal government goes, oops, we're sorry, we made a huge mistake, but we're not going to bring them back even though we made a huge mistake, because guess what? That just happened in Boston, and that's literally what the federal government said in court 2 days ago. The federal government said, we fucked up, it was our mistake, but we're not going to bring her back. If the federal government was actually fucking serious about just deporting people that had a deportation order, none of this shit would be happening. That's obviously not what... Really, it's not true. Then why are they pulling shit like this? If a woman who had a deportation order, a woman who was mistakenly deported and did not have a legal deportation order, what would be the right thing for the U.S. government to do in that situation? When they literally in federal court admit, we were wrong, and they apologize to the judge. What should be the next thing that happens?
I need to know the details and context of what you're talking about. I don't.
Are you for fucking real, dude?
Are you for fucking real? Because
I just all right. Take it as I'll tell you what. While I pull it up for you, take it as a hypothetical. Take it as a hypothetical. A 19-year-old college student who did not have an active deportation order and was here completely legally as a student gets deported to a country that she never lived in, okay? She gets deported because she was going home to visit her fucking family for Thanksgiving. Then it comes out in court that the U.S. government made the mistake because she didn't have a deportation order. It was their fault. They admit it in court and apologize for it. This woman is still deported. What would be the next proper step for the U.S. government to take?
Get her processed to accept her back into the country if she's
fantastic.
Her status is
amazing. Absolutely. Why the fuck aren't they doing that? Is it because they don't actually want her to come back?
Again, I don't know the context. Now you're asking me a specific question about the case. I don't know the context. I mean, it seems like you're okay. I know it's a very emotionally charged issue, right? And people like to point to injustices that they can get.
No, it's because you just won't acknowledge what's actually happening. You just won't acknowledge what's happening in front of your face, dude. Here, can you read the? Awesome. Then read the headline. Read the headline. Awesome. Then read the headline right in front of your face. What does it say? Here, can you read it?
Boston college student wrongly deported.
Babson
Trump attorney
college
tells
student
judge.
wrongly deported. Trump attorney tells judge. A federal prosecutor apologized in court January 13th and called last year's deportation of a Babson college student to her Central American birth country a mistake. Annie Lucia Lopez Beloca, a freshman at Babson College in Massachusetts, was stopped at Logan Airport on November 20th, detained by federal immigration officials, and deported to Honduras. Her attorney, Todd Pomerleau, filed a lawsuit challenging her detention the next day. During a January 13th hearing in federal court in Boston, Assistant U.S. Attorney Mark Sauter apologized to the college student. Online clerk notes from the preceding show and acknowledged the court's order was violated. Quote, the government forthrightly acknowledges that it made a mistake, and this incident aside has a record of complying with a stay of removal orders issued by the court. On behalf of the government, we want to sincerely apologize. So why aren't they bringing her back?
Okay, seriously, this is completely unfair. 3 paragraphs from a freaking news article isn't going to tell me about what's going on in the case.
I know.
Ridiculous.
I understand. It's very difficult to hear the Trump administration actually apologizing for doing something wrong and then just blatantly, after apologizing for doing something wrong, admitting that they're not going to do the right thing because they don't want immigrants here. They're just deporting people of color. They're just deporting brown people because they don't fucking like brown people. That's why.
You really believe that?
Yes, I do. Abso-fucking-lutely. Because this is the perfect fucking example. Anyone else, any other administration ever would go, we fucked up, we apologize, now we're going to bring her back in on a student visa.
All right. I can't get it. So the other side's not just wrong.
There is no other side. It's just fucking wrong. The government admitted they were wrong in federal court on the record and will not fix the problem.
Okay. It's because they're evil, right?
You say that ICE has a directive to deport criminal aliens.
That's
How
what
is she
John
a
Holman
criminal?
says. So. Okay. This is yeah. No, I just want to clarify this because last point. So the government, Trump government, is evil, right? They hate black people, and they want to get rid of minorities. This is your position, right?
Sure.
Okay. Well, we have a disagreement on the facts then, because I don't see the American population as being evil, and I know you do, and it's very difficult.
The American population?
Well, whatever Trump supporting portion of the population that
You said the
elected
Trump
him to
government,
office.
right?
They said the Trump
Well,
government.
I imagine you're thinking whatever you would believe that a significant percentage of whatever population is responsible for getting him elected is also racist, right?
I think that a significant portion of the population, so as far as MAC voters, do I think a significant portion of them are racist? Absolutely do. I think that every single one of them is racist. Not
I never said
necessarily.
every single one. No, it's a significant portion of them are racist.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. I wholeheartedly disagree with that assessment. And just in the interaction that I've had with any number of people, like I haven't run into people who are racist in terms of how they conduct themselves on a regular basis. I just haven't found it. I'm sure it exists somewhere. To the degree that you believe it does exist, that it's the driving focus of the administration, and that a significant percentage of the American population still believes this is I don't know how I'm supposed to disprove that to you. I don't think it's possible, especially with whatever time is left. But
I mean,
You know, and
do you think that Stephen Miller is racist?
I don't know Stephen Miller. I don't.
So Stephen Miller echoed rhetoric from, I believe it was Goebbels.
It was almost
yeah.
lifted. It was almost lifted. It was like paraphrasing, and some lines almost directly echoed a Goebbels speech.
Yeah. So Stephen Miller echoed Goebbels at I think it was it the memorial? I think it was actually Charlie Kirk's memorial or some shit. He gave like a speech there. And I mean, I feel like that's a solid indicator, you know? Stephen Miller.
No, you know what's a solid indicator? Is someone who comes out and say, I don't like black people for this reason. That's a solid indicator.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot, Nemo. All the racists and all the people they just come out and they're just like, I don't like this person. Racism. Oh, I forgot that's how it works. It's not like little things like dismantling the 60-year-old Voting Rights Act. It's not that, right? Or ending federal or doing things like ending federal protections for civil rights cases and stopping the DOJ from being able to file new civil rights cases. Right?
Okay.
That's not
So
what
you
race.
just-
But
you
but
haven't-
no.
you
But they didn't come out and say I don't like black people, so it's not racist, right?
1 second. Once calm down. 1 second. You have a serious misconception about what the civil rights legislation accomplished in the 1960s, which was to implement federal agencies throughout the country that would actually in terms of like the Federal Housing Board, the Labor Board, all of these agencies that were now outside of the oversight of the courts, now would be able to implement policies on their own, independent, to attack businesses for all sorts of reasons and actually harm.
That's what happened. Oh, got it. So the Voting Rights Act was somehow related to that. What was the Voting Rights Act then?
It established the committees and federal committees in terms of in the states and localities.
How did that put businesses at a disadvantage, sir?
I'm sorry?
How did that put businesses at a disadvantage, the Voting Rights Act?
I'm talking about the civil rights legislation as a whole.
Oh, okay.
Whole.
Oh, you're okay. Got it. Cool. How did the civil rights legislation put businesses at a disadvantage?
No, it didn't. It put black people at a disadvantage.
Matt, I have to go to work. Can I just ask like 2 questions to the guests super quick?
Feel free.
The Triple K, are they racist? The Triple K, I understand I have an incredibly difficult to decipher foreign accent, but the Triple K, are they racist?
100%.
100%. Great. Good.
Then why aren't they just coming out with it rather than marching around in hoods? Because racist people come straight out with it. They don't cover their faces and pretend they're not racist.
No, they can cover their faces and act racist. They cover their faces and act racist. That's what they do.
Grow up, sir. Many of those people have normal jobs where they interact with people all the time and where they never say anything out of pocket to people in their day-to-day life. But at the weekends, they still wear hoods and march around telling people of colour that they should go home. So let's not be childish about this and pretend that everybody that's racist just walks around saying things. Are you a child?
Okay, so I appreciate
Okay,
the question.
I'll take that as a yes, you're a child, because you can't answer a direct question. Some of us have to go to work. See you later.
See you later.
Bye, Erica.
No, as a matter of fact, there's quite a number of Americans who actually put down the White Hoods and actually thought it was despicable what they did as the population, as the enrollment of the
what's funny, reciprocity is that's not really the point. Also, what would be really helpful is if we had a person of color who is also a veteran and a law enforcement officer who could probably help you out a lot here, I would think. Wouldn't that be great? He could probably help clear some things up, right?
Sure.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Welcome, Gen X Matrix. How are you?
Oh, I'm actually infuriated right now, and I'm infuriated out walking my dog. So if I have background noise, then I apologize. But I'm going to stand still for a second. Come here. And just say a couple things. Number one, I was thinking as the guest was talking that for him, the only valid charge of racism is someone who runs around screaming and even then, maybe that person has to be in the act of strange fruiting someone at the time that they're doing it. And then he literally said, I guess he didn't say the only thing, but the indicator would be, I don't like you because you're black. Like, dude, you proved me right I wasn't even on the panel and I called it. Now, the other thing that I want to say, or I want to ask, is how is it possible for you to think two things? One, that any federal agency is outside the jurisdiction of the courts, and two, that laws and regulations that prevent companies from not hiring people because they are black hurts black people. And I'm going to make a prediction in my head. I'm outside, so I can't put it in a text document so that I can show you the prediction. But I'm going to make a prediction in my head about how you're going to answer that second part. So go ahead, part one and part two, and please be direct.
Part two interested me so much. Can you remind me what part one was?
No. Go to part one. How is it that you think that any federal agency or any subdivision thereof is outside the jurisdiction of the courts?
Okay, so the labor board operates in enforcement outside of the jurisdiction of the court. This was before the most recent Supreme Court decision, but they had instead of when you get a notice from the labor board to go to a hearing, it's not at a court; it's at the actual agency, the labor board. The executive agency where you go and you have a hearing before someone who looks like a judge but isn't associated with the judicial branch. They're executively appointed. So everything that happens in the labor board, everything happens in housing and urban development, everything that happens there is exclusively happening in the executive branch with no oversight from the judiciary. I hope that answers the first question. As for the second question, which is far more interesting, the way this worked especially in the 1960s after Lyndon Johnson implemented it, was that what would happen is
no, we're not moving on. We're not moving on.
Okay, sorry.
That first part, and so since that is an internal function of what that board was formed for and is made up of experts, right? Okay, so now they make a ruling. Does the company that's affected have any recourse?
They have an appeal process within the executive branch, but not to the judicial branch.
Yeah.
The judicial branch, for the longest time, decided not to touch it.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that they can't sue the federal government?
They can try, but up until recently, it hasn't been effective.
Are you telling? No. Are you telling me that they can't sue the federal government if they don't like the outcome?
You can sue whoever you want, whenever
so
you want.
then they do have recourse to the courts. Now move on to number two and explain to me how civil rights legislation hurt black people. And remember, I've made a prediction.
Go ahead. So the way this worked is that when an employee would be let go from a business, right? The labor board would then take the case and then use that, and they'd be able to use the labor board. Sorry, is that better?
Yeah. Could you repeat that, please?
Is that better? Okay. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that the labor board, let's say a minority was terminated from employment, right? The labor board would then be able to take that case and then go after the business for whatever termination they felt was improper. And instead of having to find an attorney and find a court of law and all this other stuff, they go through this executive agency. So what does that mean for business? So business then looks at the situation and says, well, the government's advocating on behalf of this group of people. If I don't hire this group of people in the first place, then I don't have to worry about them coming after me, if they get let go. So it disincentivized businesses from wanting to hire minorities in the first place, and you see it in the unemployment rate.
That's a lovely pretzel, and since I'm a man of honor, I'm going to tell you that my prediction was incorrect. Okay, but let's examine what you actually just said. Okay, so you think that the businesses that were hiring black people after the Civil Rights Act somehow were hiring them before the Civil Rights Act? And if their reaction to being taken to court, if their reaction to having an EEOC complaint filed is, well, I guess we just won't hire any more black people. You think that's the kind of business that was already hiring black people before the act?
I'm saying that businesses that weren't that. Let's say they would
answer
hire
the
black
question.
people
No,
because it's
dude, I
cheaper, they
heard
can get a
you.
better-
Hey,
I'm answering the
stop.
question. I'm not answering the question.
No, you cannot. Because I am very intelligent and I understood the words that came out of your mouth and their intent. That's why I asked you the question I asked you, and I would like for you to answer the question I actually asked, not repeat the bullshit that you just said. So, do you remember the question?
Can you repeat the question? No.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So, you're telling me that in your world, a company that gets a lawsuit filed against it on the behalf of one employee, right, makes a decision if they get an adverse judgment, that their reaction to that is, well, I guess we just won't hire any more black people. You think that's the kind of business that prior to the Civil Rights Act was just routinely hiring black people? No. So then your scenario is irrelevant. Let me ask you another question. Do you know what
You're
makes
incorrect in your.
Okay. Do you know, because affirmative action is not legal anymore, we all know that, all right? But when affirmative action was legal, do you know what it took to actually trigger affirmative action?
Tom, I have no idea.
I'll take your silence as a no. What it took was a complaint about a company and an actual investigation.
Can you not hear me?
And by people who demographers, right? And they look at the population in where that business is and they say, I wonder what we would expect to see in terms of education, in terms of all the other qualifications versus race. What would we expect to see if they were hiring equally? And if they found that they were way out of compliance for what that you should expect to see, then an AA order might be entered into, or the company might settle so that they wouldn't actually have a judgment, right? That's what it was. It wasn't just, oh, well, you got to have 30% of this and 20% of that. It's not what you think it was. So again, you can't tell me how civil rights legislation hurt black people.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, I was in a bad. So disincentivized business is the idea. Is that the advocacy on a specific group of people by the government that should have been that was viewed as beneficial for that group was detrimental in terms of how it disincentivized business from wanting to engage with that group.
By the way, Gen X, you've got a whole lot of background noise. I did need to mute you there. Sorry,
Yeah.
Brian. Just FYI.
Yeah, it's raining here, so I'm gonna drop. But just one more thing,
Yeah.
To address what you just said, you're just making an assertion. You're not the line of logic that you gave yourself. You said wasn't valid. Okay. So I think you need to rethink this stuff. And racism does not look like someone standing on a corner screaming the N-word over and over again at every black person who goes by.
No.
So go ahead and drop me,
All right.
Matt, because the conditions aren't great here.
It's okay, Jen. I appreciate you. Thanks for coming up, friend. W's for our friend Gen X Patriot. Thank you for coming up. It's always good to have the perspective of someone there. Also, thank you, by the way, to Anna. Thank you, Anna, on the Blue app. I'm an Illinois State Trooper. Thank you for providing facts and the law we have to follow. I do not support ICE. You bring facts that support law enforcement like me. Thank you. Keep fighting the good fight, and fuck ICE. Thank you. Appreciate that, Anna. And it's law enforcement like you that remind us that there are people that are working to try and make things better. So thank you. We appreciate that.
Can I just bring up? I just have one question for the in terms of this whole idea about racism being the motivating factor, because racism wasn't the motivating factor when the black vote switched to the Democrat Party. In the first place, I don't understand why the current climate is being considered as racist, as a racist environment, no different than it was 30 or 40 years ago. Like, you don't think people are getting less racist. You think people are just staying racist, right?
So, how old did you say you were?
44.
So, you ever heard of Lee Atwater?
Yeah. Yes.
So you know the infamous quote?
Which one? You have to remind me.
So he talks about the Southern strategy, and there's an infamous quote related to Lee Atwater.
Oh, right.
So
yeah, I mean, this was after the fact, though. But in any case,
yeah, but it's him talking about the Southern strategy. It's him talking about how racism evolves because certain forms of it become too rude for polite society, right? That's the very sugar-coated way of repeating what he said. I'll just read it verbatim. Obviously, I'm going to censor certain thing. Quote, you start out in 1954 by saying in. By 1968, you can't say in. That hurts you, backfires. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract. Now, you're talking about cutting taxes and all these things. You're talking about and all these things you're talking about are totally economic things. And a byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. We want to cut this is much more abstract than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than in.
for the
So
politician,
that's Lee Atwater.
for the politician, it was right. But what about the racist voter? Was it abstract for them, or were they saying and right up until the day they died?
You're kind of quiet. I didn't really hear you.
I said it was that way for the politician. Was it that way also for the racist voter who would say the N-word up until the day they died?
Yes.
It wasn't abstract for the racist.
So, are you saying that the racists don't understand the
I'm saying
implications of
the racists didn't care. And by the way, the reason the black vote switched to Democrats has nothing to do with racism. Nothing.
Oh, okay. Please tell me, what's the theory?
Are you familiar with some? Let's see, what's his name? I have to look up his name. He was the number one black publisher of black periodicals and magazines in 1932. He had a policy called loose leaf politics. His idea was that that the Republican Party had so owned the black vote in up until 1932 that he wanted to pull the Democrat Party out of being the racist party that it was and actually make it advocate on behalf of black people. So he gave a very famous speech in Cleveland in 1932 called the Patriot and the I forget the exact name of it. Anyway, you can look it up. But the point was that he started advocating for the Democrat policies, right? Pushed very hard for it, so much so that by 1936, the black vote switched from 70% Republican to 70% Democrat. Stayed that way. But his idea was that it would be 50-50 and both parties would be fighting over the black vote. That was his idea. So in 1936, he switched back to the Republicans and died. But he's responsible. He's a brilliant man. He's black, obviously. But he pulled the Democrat Party out of its racist roots and pulled the country forward together. And so that both parties would become less racist over time. Eventually, racism would die out, except for the people who want to keep it alive because it's politically expedient for them.
You don't think that particular time frame that you're talking about may have affected that? You mentioned 1932. So
so his concern in 1936 was that due to the promise of the New Deal, that he was afraid that would trap the black vote with the Democrat Party for the foreseeable future. That was his concern in 1936.
So you're saying that you're trying to imply that the black vote switched to 70% Democrat in 1936 due to, did you say loose leaf politics?
Yeah, constant pressure by black public. He was the number one circulator of black articles and publications in 1932 to 1936. So he was basically providing his fucking I wish I could remember his name. It's on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, so yeah, he saturated the black communities with this messaging, advocating on behalf of Democrat policies, so that he could pull the racism away from the Democrat Party. In 1936, the Democrat Party was obviously racist. I mean, FDR implemented the New Deal, and he restricted it so that it didn't apply to farm workers and people who worked in the household, because that's where blacks found themselves employed. So it's not like the New Deal was going to be beneficial for blacks. It wasn't, because the Democrat Party was through and through racist. But and he was a really very brilliant guy, and they should actually they should actually talk about it more. But he was responsible for pulling the Democrat Party out of its racist past and pulling the country forward. And if it was remembered like that instead of the way it's been mischaracterized over the generations, then maybe you'd have a different view on these MAGA supporters than you do right now.
You're really rewriting history at this point. But a lot of I can definitely agree with you that a lot of what FDR did and the deals that he made to get some of the New Deal stuff through is uncouth, and I don't agree with the things that he did in terms of having to deal with the Southern Democrats. But literally what you were saying, why was it a problem to deal with the Southern Democrats when it came to the why was it a problem to deal with the Southern Democrats when it came to those issues, but not the other Democrats when it came to those issues?
Because the country was becoming less racist.
No. I'm specifically asking about that area of the country. Why were the Dixiecrats the problem and not the rest of the Democrats in the party? Why were the Dixiecrats specifically the problem?
Because of Reconstruction, they were in the South.
Awesome. So those were the racist people in the Democratic Party, right?
Yeah.
When the party
Correct.
switch happened, what happened to the Dixiecrats? What party did they join?
They died. They were
No,
Democrats.
wrong. That's incorrect, sir. Okay, great. Let's try this question a different way. The states that used to vote Dixiecrat, those states, what do they vote now?
You're a Republican.
Correct. Exactly. So you just perfectly illustrated for all of us that all the racists that used to be in the Democrat Party, they switched to voting Republican. Thank you. Thanks for coming to our TED Talk.
Okay. So I don't. They're just different people, though. We're talking about.
I mean,
like these aren't racist people anymore.
So,
You know.
basically, the way this works, dude. I mean, what was his? Oh shit, which one was it?
I'm sorry, but my wife is from
Woodrow
Alabama,
Wilson.
and
Woodrow Wilson.
she disowned her father because of his attitudes about race.
Woodrow
so,
Wilson.
So the next generation.
Oh, wow,
afterwards
you're
that
white.
comes-
Oh, wow, amazing.
What? Okay, that sounds kind of sarcastic.
Well, I mean, so to like
I'm
really
just
understand.
illustrating. I'm just illustrating that the next generation doesn't maintain the same racist ideas that the previous generation did, especially as it
Okay.
moves forward. And can I just
Explain
say
Woodrow
one last?
Wilson, dude.
What do you want me to explain about Woodrow Wilson?
Woodrow Wilson was a Democrat, right?
Okay, yeah.
And when he
was a
won, I
racist,
think there
yeah.
was he was a racist too. Yes, when he won, the Klan marched through the streets. I think it was in New York or some shit. I can't remember where. And he literally aired "Birth of a Nation" at the White House.
Yeah.
Yeah, Woodrow Wilson was a racist piece of shit, but he also wasn't around for the Civil War, right?
Right.
So then, like the idea that the Dixiecrats died, so
Okay. So you have to go back to when the country was founded. Okay, half the country got rid of slavery, the other half kept it. The half that kept it now had a problem. They had to justify how they could have slaves, and in the Declaration of Independence it says all men are created equal. How can all men be created equal and you have slaves? What did they do? They went to these southern universities, right? And they started looking, and they started getting these studies about why black people are not actually humans. Okay, and this was what ingrained the idea of racism within the American culture, right? And that being ingrained, and there's a line in Thomas Jefferson's Notes on the State of Virginia, where he's describing everything that's happening in the universities, and he gets to the point where they're making these descriptions about black people not being humans, and he describes what the university comes out with, and then the only commentary in the entire book, he says, I don't agree with this assessment. It'll take more research to prove this out. All right, this is the only time he put commentary in the entire Notes on the State of Virginia. He was disagreeing with the conclusion, but in any case, this is what ingrained racism, and it took a while for that being ingrained in Americans, especially in the South, to actually be ripped out of the South, which it eventually was.
okay. So, I mean, you're also, I guess, skipping over the fact that Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence and assaulted Sally Hemings every night.
And the largest section that was taken out of the Declaration was complaining about slavery imposed on them from the king.
Your reciprocity. I do find just one quick little flaw in your logic there.
Okay.
Which is the fact that the racism wasn't due to some studies at universities. It was due to the fact that starting in 1619, they were keeping black people as slaves, and there was a system to keep them that way and to dehumanize them. That's what did it. Just as an FYI. It wasn't the studies from the universities. It was the literal fucking slavery that did it. Just as a heads up, because it was going on for 150 years before the thing that you're talking about.
Okay, but it was happening all over the world that way.
Cool story, bro. We're talking about the USA.
Yeah, like the North industrialized.
But racism is unique to America.
I mean, chattel slavery being unique to America. I
Chattel
mean,
slavery existed elsewhere too.
the Caribbean, pretty much any British holding anywhere. Let me think.
Brazil.
Brazil.
Brazil. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. What's your point?
And my point is that there's no you don't have the same like elevation of racism in those societies that you have in our society. Our society has a unique focus on race, right? Specific, like it may exist around the world, right? But it doesn't exist to the degree it does in the United States,
Holy
uniquely,
shit. You
as
think-
opposed to
I mean-
anywhere else.
Oh my god.
I mean, like there are reasons for that, right? So other countries
course.
didn't have to fight a civil war over that issue. The
True
the
enough.
Civil War was fought over slavery, and I say this as somebody who is educated in the Georgia public school system, right? So I heard all about the Northern aggression, blah blah blah, lost cause myth shit, right? It was because of slavery ultimately, and the idea that doesn't leave a scar because history sucks. Obviously there is going to be a long-standing issue there because, like in the case of slavery, right? Civil War's fought over it because the South refuses to give up. They refuse to give it up, right? Because it's their peculiar institution, as they refer to it, and that was how they made their money. That was how the economy was built for them, right? And they refused to change. And so they decided that they would commit treason and leave rather than change who they employ. Or
Correct. I mean, in the
actually
Revolutionary
employ
War, they wouldn't have even supported the revolution, I'm sure, if they were forced to give it up. So,
okay, so the thing is, Civil War happens, then they're forced to give it up, right?
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Lincoln is capped right at the end of the Civil War by Booth. And when that happens, who was Lincoln's vice president? Andrew Johnson. Johnson was a sympathizer for the South. And because Johnson was a sympathizer for the South, all of the things that had been put in place under Lincoln for Reconstruction stopped. Notably, in the case of Sherman.
reversed, and it got violent. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like in the case of Sherman, for example, Sherman marched to the sea so Martin Luther King could march on Washington. Sherman, in his march to the sea, where he cut a 50-mile wide path of death and destruction and pure detritus behind him, while he liberated plantations along the way, issued a special field order. And the special field order said that any liberated slave would be compensated with farmland and equipment, 40 acres and a mule. That's where that comes from.
Right.
And then Andrew Johnson got rid of that because Lincoln was unalive. And Reconstruction stalled. Jim Crow started. And it was slavery by other means. It was institutionalized and codified in law that, well, we can't own black people and they're here. But we are going to make their life a living hell because we can't own them and we don't like that. And that lasted for generations. And when it finally ended with the Civil Rights Act, when it finally ended.
Do you know why Martin Luther King was able to march through the South before the Civil Rights Act?
Do tell.
Because those laws were already unconstitutional. And all he needed to do was put a spotlight on them, get arrested time to get it ruled unconstitutional. That's how he was able to do it, because the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments made those laws, those Jim Crow laws, unconstitutional. There was just no mechanism by which they could be removed outside of the judiciary until the civil rights legislation went not only provided that capability, but went a step further than that because Lyndon B. Johnson was also a racist.
I mean, Lyndon B. Johnson was certainly racist, but the idea that he was as racist as what's his name?
Goldwater.
Richard Russell. That's his name.
Russell. Yeah, Russell. Yeah.
So Richard Russell.
Did you say Goldwater?
Yeah, I said Goldwater. The guy who voted
Goldwater is
against
racist?
the guy who voted against the Civil Rights Act multiple times. Yeah, that guy.
But
The guy who voted
why,
against the
but-
Civil Rights Act multiple. I don't
Do
care
you know
why.
why he voted against the Civil Rights Act?
Because he was a racist piece of shit.
No, that's wrong.
No, it's not
because
wrong,
what
and
I'm
you
telling
sound
you is
like
good.
you sound like you're getting
That's
a little
wrong, 100%
defensive there. Why are you defending a
100%
racist
wrong.
piece of shit named Barry Goldwater?
Because he wasn't a racist. He was
Yes, he
lampooned
was.
as a racist in the press.
Someone's getting
and
upset.
put it that way. That's why he
Someone's
lost
getting
in a
mad.
landslide.
Someone's getting mad. Why did he say he wouldn't vote for the Civil Rights Act? Why did he say he wouldn't?
Because of the government overreach I've been talking about this whole time.
Right, because
You just don't wanna
God
hear
forbid that the government make sure that people are equal under the eyes of the law. Because you don't want
except
that,
the
right?
government can't
Because
do
you don't
that.
want the government. Because you don't want the government to ensure equal rights for people, do you, bud?
Wow.
Right?
How'd
Why?
you get that?
Because you don't like the Civil Rights Act and you think it's okay to dismantle it. And you also think that it's okay that Barry Goldwater voted against the Civil Rights Act and said that he was going to vote against it if he became president.
But no, I'm saying that I'm not saying the Civil Rights Act was entirely bad. I'm saying it went too far.
I don't care what you're saying about the Civil Rights Act, defending the fact that Barry Goldwater voted against it and being like, no, he was totally fine and justified in it, and at the same time calling Lyndon Johnson at the dude, shut the fuck up. At the same time, out of one side of your mouth, you're calling Lyndon Johnson racist, who was the president who passed the Civil Rights Act in trying to give equal rights to people. Yeah, the guy said some racist shit, and he did some things, and obviously would not condone that, but he got it passed. But you wouldn't say that Barry Goldwater is racist, the guy who literally voted against equal rights for black people. What the fuck is wrong with you? There has never been a better definition of talking out of both sides of your mouth. If Lyndon Johnson is racist, Barry Goldwater is a fucking racist. I invited you on mute. I don't know if you know how to unmute, but I invited you to.
Do you know what he modeled?
How is Lyndon Johnson racist
Wow.
and Barry Goldwater isn't? I want you to explain.
Okay. Do you know what Lyndon Johnson modeled the civil rights legislation off of? Was the Indian Acts that came before it, because he saw in those Indian Acts the result of that was that he could make a group of people dependent on the Democrat Party. And,
That's not
and
true.
keep them.
That's not true. That's a lie.
All right.
That's a lie. You have no source for that. That's bullshit. That's Republican propaganda that they've been trying to say for fucking years. That the Democrats did this on purpose to make the black people dependent on them. That's bullshit that they've been spewing for fucking 60 years. Get the fuck out of here.
No,
dude.
I'm saying what happened to the Indian population, not what happened.
I
to the
know
black
that what you're saying is bullshit propaganda that the Republicans have been trying to say for years because they understand that they were on the wrong side of fucking history. And they're doing the same thing that you're doing. And I'm embarrassed that somebody my fucking age who was born in the early 80s would be spewing the same bullshit that our parents were spewing or their parents were spewing. Holy fucking shit, dude. Holy fucking shit. You literally just said that Lyndon Johnson was a racist. He was the president who passed the Civil Rights Act. He might not have been perfect, but he was the guy who did it. Then I point out to you that Barry Goldwater, his Republican counterpart, voted against it and promised to do so if he became president. And you're like, no, that guy's not racist.
And, you know, Barry Goldwater supported the 1953 Civil Rights Act that was passed.
Cool, and then he
Or
didn't,
1958.
and then he didn't, and then he didn't. So guess what? Guess he changed his mind. So
Right,
grow
because
the so grow the
because in
fuck up.
58,
So grow the
it was
fuck up.
Eisenhower.
So grow
It was
the
Ei-
fuck up. So
Dude.
grow the fuck up. Dude, are
Me?
you my age or not? Grow the fuck up, pull your head out of your ass, and be able to say Barry Goldwater was racist because he wouldn't vote for the Civil Rights Act. And if I'm going to call Lyndon Johnson a racist, I would have to accurately describe Barry Goldwater the same way. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Is that the question? What the fuck is wrong with me?
Yes, that is the question.
All right. And you want a list? Because it's long. You done?
Yes, I am. Thanks, Alex, on the Blue app, who said, I find it really strange that the guy arguing who's racist or not keeps calling black people blacks. Yeah, I caught that once. Yeah, that wasn't a kick. I'm tired, and we've gone an hour past our normal time, and I can't with this guy anymore. I fucking can't. The fucking revisionist history, and this. I don't know what the fuck he's trying to justify. I mean, I know what he's trying to justify, but like,
Yeah.
I expect this from people older than me. Okay, guys. Like, listen. If he said he was in his 60s, maybe I wouldn't take it so personally. But that guy is literally I turned 43 this year. He said he was 44. Like, that guy is literally my age. There is no excuse. You're welcome, Gen X, of course. There is no excuse for somebody who is our age, who grew up when we did, with all of the information available at our fingertips and every advantage that we had. There is no excuse for that. I cannot. I fucking cannot. That's just I can't. I just fucking can't. Yes, I know. I grew up in a place with different education standards and some different things, and so I understand. Also, thank you on the Cash App. R Baker just says thank you, Matt. Thank you. Appreciate you sending that in. Real quick before we wrap up, friendly reminder: links in our bios. We appreciate very much all of the support that you guys are sending us, and we appreciate it nightly. Thank you for making sure that we can keep doing this, and also, thank you to Leah. Thank you, Leah, on the tube for sending some gifts. We want to keep doing this. We want to make sure that we keep improving for you guys. That's why we expanding to the tube and trying to figure out ways to bring in new guests and do lots of different things. And so, as much as we can do for you guys, I promise you, we're doing our best. So thank you guys very much. Like I said, make sure you're following this account on my main account and my backup account over here. That's Nemo's main account. Follow this one and then click through and follow all of his backup accounts. When you do click through on the links in the bio, I would strongly recommend you join up on Nemo's Discord. Nemo's Discord is great. It's lots of fun. We do lots of fun stuff there. If you are over on the tube, subscribe. If you haven't already subscribed over there, go over there and subscribe. Please do. Also, Nemo's link is right in the description. So make sure you click through, subscribe to Nemo as well. So, I don't know, man. Do you have any others? Any other to read? You got anything else?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Tony, for the blue app. Said Pizza Fund. Thank you, Vintage Frizzle. You said, please ask him why the Supreme Court said they could racially profile. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. These are getting cut off. Thank you, Haley. You said, I want to know when the last guest would say racism ended.
Yeah. Also, real quick, thank you. It says, I'm 40 this year. We have a long haul ahead of us. Appreciate you always love Burbles. Thank you, Burbles. Thank you. Happy 40th. And by the way, I just want to say something to everyone out there. 40s are fucking cool and great, and definitely not something to be afraid of. And I think that us millennials are I think we're doing great in terms of at least, like, you know, being in good shape and looking good and doing good. And so I'm you know, it's good. Don't be afraid of your 40s. 40s are cool. But let's just try. We need to try to fix some shit first.
I was trying to find this, and the whole time that we started talking about LBJ. So, this is a video that I made from forever ago.
That differently styled beard. Look at that shit.
You're gonna have it's a lot darker. Interesting experience with this one. So I'm going to show a picture of Lyndon Johnson talking to somebody, and without any context, you won't really have much of a reaction. Then I'm going to explain what's going on, and you're going to look at that picture and get chills. Here's the picture. Lyndon Johnson's on the left, and he's doing something that he was notorious for. It was actually called the Johnson treatment. Yes. Johnson was a very tall man. He was 6'4", which is still really tall today. But back in the 60s, that was a freak of nature. He used that height to his advantage. Whenever he needed something from a politician, he would negotiate with them by towering over them and getting in their face. Now that we know how Lyndon Johnson got things done, I want to explain why, when you see this picture from now on, you will get goosebumps. The person Johnson's talking to in this picture is Richard Russell. He was a senator leading a filibuster against a new piece of legislation that had just come out of the House and was bouncing around in the Senate. After 60 days, the filibuster ended, and Johnson signed the 1964 Civil Rights Act.
Damn, dude, that was a good video. That's some solid content right there. See?
Yeah. Richard Russell was also a Democrat. He was a Democratic senator out of Georgia. And so, like, the idea that, you know, you're going to call LBJ a racist, like, he definitely said the N-word. They're examples of that or whatever. The infamous quote of him saying the N-word of, I'll have those N-words voting for me for the rest, that was never confirmed. But
exactly. Which is
more than likely it's a myth. But he did say he said the N-word, which I mean,
sure did.
Yeah, like, yeah, it's fucked up. Also, he did that to another Democrat, to a Dixiecrat. Mm-hmm. He got in the face of a Dixiecrat, and it wasn't just him. And he did it for weeks and weeks and weeks. And finally, it ended. And he signed the Civil Rights Act. Like, to say that that guy is, you know, a racist and clearly he just hated black people. Dude, what the fuck? No.
Yeah.
It denigrates the legacy of Johnson.
The Goldwater thing, I'm just saying, I don't think, I know that there's a lot of debate about Goldwater, right? There's a lot of debate about Goldwater because he did some things that would point in the direction of, like, well, no, he did some okay things, but then also some of the other stuff he did, you're like, that really doesn't jive, and the positions that he took got increasingly less progressive in terms of race. And so you're like, that's kind of weird. My only point to the guest was, if you're going to say that about Johnson because he's a Democrat and you're like, I want to get this jab in, right? Because we know that Johnson did say the N-word, and Johnson was a 60-ish year old dude from Texas in the 1960s. Like, I think we all know, like,
yeah,
okay, it's fine. You need to put Barry Goldwater right there with him, the guy who did not vote for the Civil Rights Act. And I'm sorry, just saying, well, it was just for federal overreach, and not, like, there were enough Republicans that crossed the line and voted for it. And there were enough Democrats that probably felt the maybe the same way and still held their noses and vote for it too. I mean, the bottom line is that it really wasn't federal overreach, guaranteeing rights for citizens. But that's neither here nor there. I just think it's disingenuous to mention one and leave out the other and be like, the leader of your party was, but not ours.
It also, like, it goes to what Atwater said. It goes to the Atwater quote. Like, to say, oh, well, Barry Goldwater, he voted against the Civil Rights Act because of governmental overreach. Got it. That's the politically correct excuse that he had, right? But the Atwater quote explains it, which is that you start off saying the N-word. Eventually, you can't say that. Eventually, you say things like opposing forced busing and states' rights. Eventually, you get abstract, and you get abstract because you have to maintain that same, I guess, racial or racist objective without explicitly advertising it, because you can't do that. Wait, hold on, you can't do that.
And the worst part, man, the worst part is apparently we've come back around to guess you can say it. Guess you can be that. Like, I guess we're coming back around. I guess we're coming back around to it, which is like, is fucking wild. But that's neither here nor there. Anyways, I took a look. I know we did Joey last night, but Carbon is on. I don't think, and it looks like he's hosting. So I was thinking maybe we don't have a lot of choices, but I was thinking maybe Carbon, if you're cool with that.
Yeah. Let's rate it. Carbon.
Yeah, Carbon. So it's just Carbon Says. I'm going to drop it in the chat. One other thing, guys, keep an eye out for me early with Olive and Manny. I am going to do 2 hours early, but that's not going to change tomorrow night. Still going to be here doing the exact same thing. So don't think that that's going to preempt this or anything like that. So still be here. We'll still be here. But just keep an eye out early for a little bit of fun with some of our other friends, okay? All right, let's go raid Carbon. Say goodnight to Nemo. Throw out any last support that you want, and we are